Afterlife in the Attic, a paranormal cozy mystery. Spooky Shanty Realty Mystery Series. By B.I. Skinner. In memory of Albus, Fufu, and Pippi. Siru. Chapter 1. Buster, go get Jake. We're late for school. Buster, our enormous black and white spotted Great Dane, frowns at me, sighing loudly. I didn't make that up. He legit frowned at me. I swear that dog understands me. Why must she interrupt my naps? Buster thought to himself. Bit by bit, he lumbers up the stairs, emphasizing how annoyed he is that I disrupted his slumber. What does he have to complain about? He has all morning to sleep. Hey, cut it out, Buster, Jake complains. All right, I'm going. Let me finish this last piece. You can finish after school, I shout up the stairwell. That kid is so easily distracted. He gets it from his dad. He'd spend all day reading, building model cars, or playing video games if I didn't remind him to eat, sleep, and get dressed. Okay, I'm going, he grumbles, while Buster shoulders all 150 canine pounds into him to push him out of his room. He has a shoe on one foot. The other is in Buster's mouth. Moo! Buster is picking on me, he whines while Buster pushes him toward the stairs. Thank you, I tell them when they finally reach the bottom, Buster dropping the shoe at Jake's feet. I swear I have to do everything around here, Buster told himself. He unleashes another loud sigh before flopping onto his fluffy bed in the sunny window. Do you have your homework? Oops, I forgot it, Jake declares, heading back up the stairs. Nothing doing, mister. I grab the back of his t-shirt before he can go anywhere. He'll stop to work on his model car if I let him return to his room. Fine! Wearing a pinched expression, he utters a retrieval incantation, causing his homework to float gently from his room, down the stairs, and into his waiting hands. He's a wizard like his dad. I avoid encouraging magic at his age, but we're already late for school, so I'll make an exception this morning. It doesn't help that he's astonishingly gifted. Too gifted if you ask me. That's why, after finalizing the divorce, we enrolled him in the Petermore Academy. He's still disorganized and easily distracted, but the academy has vastly improved his schoolwork and magic skills. I worried when he started causing trouble in his old school. I was sure it was the divorce. However, the school counselor insisted he was bored, and perhaps a new school was in order. Thankfully, she was right. Petermore has been so good for him. Now, if I can figure out how to make mornings more manageable, we're set. Do you have everything? I press. Yep. He hops up and down to put his other shoe on. His short, sandy blonde hair is disheveled, as usual. Should I tell him to comb it? Nah. It's not like he cares. I'm trying to be the mom who doesn't nag about every little thing. But it's hard sometimes. See you later, Buster, Jake calls out before closing the door behind us. Buster tells us he's over it all by responding with an extra loud snore. I thought they'd never leave, Buster told himself contentedly. So, what happens if you didn't pass your test? Jake asks during the drive to school. Oh, I passed it. I smile, all knowing. You know, because you're trying to think positively, or you know? He wiggles his fingers in the air. I know because I know, I respond, wiggling my own fingers about. Mom, you cheated. Of course not. It would have been easy to cheat because I'm part clairvoyant, part psychic. But what fun is that? I wanted to pass the exam for my real estate license fair and square. And when the proctor uploaded my test into the system, I had a vision of the real estate school handing me my license. They don't tell us the results right away, which is a serious bummer. Instead, they make us return to the school. Then, we get our new license or schedule a retake. I'm proud of you, Mom. It's about time you did something for yourself, Jake says, pausing to take a drink from his water bottle. You spend a lot of time taking care of us. This is a chance for you to focus on yourself for a change. And you look really nice today, by the way, like someone who has an important job. Well, thanks, Jake. That's awfully sweet of you. What did I tell you? He's almost too smart. Then, when you make a bunch of money selling real estate, you can buy me a dirt bike for my next birthday. Of course. There's a catch. You keep dreaming, son, I tell him, reaching over to ruffle his hair, even though he ducks out of the way. Make good choices, I call after him, while he hurries up the walkway to his waiting friends. He barely let me stop the car before jumping out. How is he growing up so fast? I swear it was only yesterday I held that swaddled bundle of joy so snugly in my arms. I was his entire world. Now he runs from the car, embarrassed that his friends might see me trying to smooth down his untamable cowlick. But now I'm off to Melioras Village Real Estate School to pick up my license, then to Spooky Shanty Realty for my first day as a real estate agent. My new boss, Leon Lang, promised me a listing already. Assuming you pass the test, of course, he chuckled at my job interview last week. I didn't tell him I already knew I passed. Even in a paranormal village like this one, where magical people outnumber non-magicals, some are nervous about my gifts. They don't believe me when I tell them I avoid reading people. It's stressful for me and rude to them. Of course, that isn't to say I won't ever use it when negotiating a deal for a new client. I'm required to act in their best interests, after all. The blare of a car horn and screeching brakes jerks me from my daydream about being the best real estate agent ever. A gray car swerves, barely missing mine. The dark, heavily tinted windows prevent me from seeing who's inside. But the dark and, dare I say it, evil energy that passes through me as the car drives by is unnerving. That near accident wasn't my fault, was it? I double-checked the light. No, whoever that was, they were definitely in the wrong. I breathe deeply, trying to center myself after I slide into an open spot in the parking lot at the real estate school. It's hard to shake off the dark energy, but I feel better after several moments of focus. You are calm, composed, and confident, I remind myself out loud. I'm ready to start my new life. Chapter 2. Inhaling deeply, hoping to steady my nerves, I jog up the cement walkway toward the squatty-looking, red brick real estate school. Now that I'm here, I can barely contain my excitement. Jake and I are doing so well in our new lives. It's exactly what we needed. Struggling to contain my exuberance, I approach the front desk, reminding myself I'm a professional now and should act like one. Or at least, like I think a professional should act. The young, lavender-haired receptionist drags her attention from the game she's playing on her phone. She stares at me unblinkingly through her sparkly pink glasses. After chomping on a sizable piece of blue bubblegum for several seconds, she blows an immense bubble. I don't think she recognizes me, despite my taking classes here every night for 6 weeks. Hi, I'm here to pick up, check to see if I passed my real estate exam. Name? She sighs as if I was interrupting something important. She could be Buster the dog in human form. Molly Fitzle. She slowly rolls her chair to the computer monitor on her right, the squeaky wheels sounding unnaturally loud in the quiet waiting room. It's like I'm watching the sloth from Zootopia at work. How is that spelled? She mumbles, glancing repeatedly at the clock. Holding back a grimace, I count to 3 in my head. There's no need to antagonize this girl. I just want to collect my license and get out of here. I'm so eager to start my new job, I can barely stand it. If only she were excited too. F. I. T. Z. L. E. I enunciate while she pokes at the keyboard with an agonizingly slow, one finger at a time typing style. She blows another enormous bubble, sucking it in rapidly before turning to me. You failed! Excuse me? I shriek in disbelief. Happens all the time. You have to schedule a retake. Before I can protest further, she painstakingly returns her chair to the front of the desk, the squeaky wheels working my last nerve. Don't they have some WD-40 they could use? I'm sorry, but that's impossible. I didn't fail, I assure her. Yes, you did, she responds, gritting her teeth at me. If she thinks she's losing patience with me, she should see the inside of my head. I know I passed. Can you please double-check? You failed. It's not that big of a deal. Are you available next Thursday to retake it? She points a perfectly manicured nail to a list of dates on her desk. I could tell her I'm a psychic, therefore, I know I passed, but I'm not sure it would make a difference to her. Even worse, like Jake, she could assume I cheated and report me. Whenever I tell someone I'm psychic, they mistakenly assume I'm reading their mind. When I tell them I'm also clairvoyant, the non-magicals always ask for winning lottery numbers. But neither of my gifts works like that. They aren't that precise. Yes, I'm highly perceptive. Yes, I can sense when most people lie. But I don't always know what they're lying about. And sometimes I see images. When I was a kid, I saw one of my friends get hit by a car in a vision. I was so scared I ran 2 blocks to his house, where I found him and several of his friends, trying to pry open a manhole cover in the middle of the street. I yelled at them to get out of the street, but they just shook their heads. It was enough to alert them, though, because seconds later, a drunk driver careened around the corner, heading straight for them. They ran for cover while the driver plowed into a 100-year-old sycamore tree. What did I get for my efforts, though? Grounded. My mom completely freaked out when she heard the crash and realized I was missing. My friend always claimed he would have seen the car coming anyway. See what I mean? The gift of sight isn't all it's cracked up to be. Not everyone believes me when I tell them I go out of my way not to read people. I haven't always been this disciplined. It was much more challenging to block out all the incoming messages when I was younger. It was overwhelming to receive everyone's thoughts and feelings. A crowded event could send my anxiety through the roof. Believe me, you don't want to know what most people are thinking. Could I please see the manager? I request, using a carefully managed tone. Casting an exaggerated sigh at me while blowing another bubble, which I desperately want to reach out and pop, she gets to her feet, glaring at me like I'm the worst person she's ever encountered. I'll be right back. This is the start of a new life for me. I was a stay-at-home mom before the divorce. We still have plenty of money between alimony and child support. We should. Zach, my ex, makes oodles of it. That was part of the problem. All he ever did was work. Oh, and hook up with his 23-year-old secretary. I tiptoe several steps down the hallway, attempting to hear the receptionist. Hey, Dad. Oh, great. There's someone out front who wants to see you. Try as I might, I can't make out Dad's response. His voice isn't shrieky like his daughter's. I told her she failed her test, but she insists I'm wrong. There's another pause where I know they're arguing, but I still don't know what he's saying. I tried rescheduling her, but she insists on seeing a manager. She emphasizes manager like it's a ridiculous request, and she can't believe she's even saying it. Upon hearing the creak of a leather chair, I hurry back to the front of the desk before they can catch me. Eventually, Dad appears trailing his daughter, looking none too happy to be pulled away from whatever he was doing before she interrupted him. He wears a tailored pinstriped suit and too much hair gel for my tastes. How can I help you? He asks, flashing a well-practiced smile. I came to get my exam results. I smile back, hoping that will soothe him and get us all on the right track. I told you already, you failed, she snaps, jabbing her finger at the monitor. You're Monty Fitzpatrick? He asks. What? No, I'm Molly Fitzle. Fitzle. I struggle to keep from shouting out the letters. Although that would be better than crying like I'm also afraid I'm about to do. My ex hated it when I cried. What's wrong now? He'd ask impatiently, which always made me feel worse. As if I was weak for crying. Sometimes a person just needs to cry. Right now, I'm trying my best to remain patient, but this isn't going at all as I planned. I hope this isn't a sign of things to come. I retake slow, calm breaths while Dad types in my correct name. Upon seeing the test results, he glares at his daughter. My apologies for the confusion, Ms. Fitzle. Congratulations, you passed. Chapter 3. After accepting the school manager's sincere apology and his daughter's not-so-sincere one, I snatch my license from his outstretched hand and run to my car. I'm so eager to get to work finally. I don't even care anymore that the daughter almost gave me a stroke. Besides, I didn't just pass, I passed easily. I got an 89 when I only needed a 70. Thank you very much. It's all water under the bridge now. The important part is that I have my license, and I'm officially a real estate agent. As badly as I want to floor the gas pedal, I remind myself to drive carefully. I don't need another close call like I had earlier. The Spooky Shanty Realty office is an aged, haunted mansion converted into real estate offices. The ghost I had a lovely conversation with when I was here last week for my job interview gives me the thumbs up from a third-story window. When I return his thumbs up, he claps his luminescent hands. I climb the thick gray stone steps, deliberately placing my feet one at a time, marching into my new office. I'm so proud, and so happy, and so nervous. I've spent the last 10 years doting on my family. It's like I forgot I existed. Now it's my time to shine. "Hello, Mr. Lang. I got my license," I announce, poking my head into my new boss's office. I wave it about like it's a major award. It kind of is to me. "Huh?" he grunts. Why is he staring at me like he's never met me? This can't be good. "I'm Molly Fitzle, a new agent. You interviewed me last week." "Oh, yeah. See if you can find an empty cubicle for your things," he mumbles, dismissing me with a wave of his thick, chubby hand. During our interview last week, he told me he once had lots of wavy black hair, but working in real estate turned it gray. I hope he was kidding. "Thank you so much. I'm eager to get started. I appreciate the opportunity." I leave him squinting at his computer screen while I wander away in search of a cubicle. Imagine that. Me with my very own cubicle. I can't wait to personalize it. A picture of Jake to start, one where he isn't making some goofy face like he usually does. A plant would also liven things up. Maybe a peace lily. We can't have one at home because Buster would try to eat it, as if that enormous dog doesn't already eat plenty. Oh, if I have time today, I'll also go to the store for a frame for my license. Carefully placing my purse and license in the first empty cubicle I come across, I sigh contentedly. Then I change my mind and prop the license up against the side of the desk. That will do for now. When I step back to admire it, a man barks, "That's taken!" so sharply that I jump. I whirl about, staring up at him in embarrassment. "I'm sorry, it looked empty." "Well, it's not." "How about this one?" My face burns with shame as I snatch my license from the desktop. I should know better. A professional would ask someone first. "That's taken too," he grunts. Thunderation. This guy is playing with me. "Would you please point me to an available cubicle?" I ask in an amiable tone, hoping to smooth things over when what I really want to do is give him a good pinch. "Nope," he sneers, giving me the once-over. He isn't checking me out. It's his version of a power play. He wants me to think my casual but pretty sundress is inappropriate. Yes, I'm reading him. Sometimes it's necessary. My reading also tells me his outward appearance is all done deliberately to impress. The perfectly coiffed hair and professional manicure. The three-piece designer suit, along with the half-Windsor knot in his tie and carefully placed matching pocket square, are only for show. When he isn't working, he prefers wearing baggy sweatpants and a stained t-shirt while he watches Buffy reruns eating tater tots. But no one else knows that, not even his girlfriend. I promise myself that if, make that when, I make it big, I'll never look at someone like that, especially a new agent who's clearly nervous. I hate that he intimidates me. Simply because he's experienced and wealthy shouldn't make me someone he looks at like a piece of gum he accidentally stepped in. I smooth my sundress down in embarrassment. What I thought was so pretty and cheerful this morning seems frumpish now. He thinks I'm a divorced, rapidly approaching middle-aged housewife who got her license because she had no other worthwhile training. I worked in a bookstore for several years before Jake was born, but after that, I couldn't bear to tear myself away from that sweet little boy, so I happily stayed home with him. Sure, I volunteered for the parent-teacher council at school and always brought orange slices to his soccer games, but even I was restless at times. Helping at Jake's school was important, and the teachers were grateful, but it wasn't the same as working at a job I'd gotten on my own. When Jake surprised me by encouraging me to do something for myself, I jumped at the chance. My embarrassment grows when Mr. Grumpy Pants leaves me standing there, embarrassed and unwanted, my new license clutched in my hands. He wanders back down the hallway without so much as a "see you later" to me. "Another new one," he grumbles to someone in a different office, jerking his thumb in my direction. "Oh, great!" comes the sarcastic reply. "Fine. If that's the way they want to be, I'll pick the next desk I find." But as I turn on my heel, my breath catches at the sight before me. An enchanting vision nestled within the confines of a cubicle. It's a pixie with hair cascading down her back, in shades of soft blush, perfectly complementing her luminescent pink skin that glows like it was kissed by the first light of dawn. Wings, majestic in their butterfly shape, unfold behind her like a tapestry woven from the very essence of rainbows and sprinkled with stardust. Her eyes, framed by lashes dark and long as the night, sparkling like deep pools of rubies, ensnare me. A fierce and sudden urge seizes me. I yearn to reach out, to trace the contours of such otherworldly beauty. Her existence is so captivating that it's impossible to look away. Wildly dramatic? Yes, but it's an accurate description of a pixie. She smiles encouragingly at me. She's undoubtedly used to people gawking at her. It must be useful as a real estate agent. I want to say something to her, but her phone call looks serious. When she smiles again and points to the empty cubicle beside hers, I happily store my things there. "Thank you," I mouth to her. She nods, her attention still on the call. I sit down at my new cubicle, hoping she'll finish soon so we can talk. "Molly!" Mr. Lang shouts from his office. Finally, time to work. I hurry to his office, relieved that I finally have a cubicle and hopefully a new friend. "Hello, Mr. Lang. Settling in okay?" "Yes, well, kind of." "Let me guess. That old sourpuss Myers has been giving you a hard time. Just ignore him. Are you ready for your first listing?" "Yes, sir. It's the old Baker house on Rosemary Street." "Didn't Mr. Baker pass away recently?" "He sure did." He nods, sipping coffee from a cup that has seen better days. His only heir is a niece, Maureen, who lives out of state. She hired a company to clean out the house to get it ready to sell. "So it's vacant?" "Yep. Also, you should order yard signs right away." My cheeks color. I already ordered my signs. I knew I had passed the test, so why not? "That's already taken care of," I stammer. He raises a bushy eyebrow at my presumptuous move, but thankfully doesn't question it. I want to fit in around here, not tip everyone off to my magical abilities right away. Witches, wizards, pixies, werewolves, and ghosts are plentiful in Melioras, but my combination as a clairvoyant and psychic is unusual. "Stanley's sign shop?" he asks. "Yes, sir," I nod. "That's perfect because you already have a showing this afternoon. A family of vampires is moving here from Pittsburgh. Be at the property at 2 o'clock. "I won't let you down," I exclaim. "I'll order the flyers for you now. You can pick them up at Stanley's when you get your signs." "I'll go right away." "Go get 'em, girl," the ghost shouts on my way out the door. I give him another jubilant thumbs up. This is so exciting. Chapter 4. I hum along with the radio as I drive to the sign shop. What a gorgeous spring day. The sun is shining, the birds are singing, and the sky is a sparkling azure blue. Azure. I've never even used that word. Who cares how my day started? It's looking up in a big way. I knew I wanted to live here the first time I drove through Melioras Village. Picture a quaint London village you see in the movies. Winding roads, large chunky pots bursting with colorful spring flowers on every corner, round buildings made from thick bricks that don't match. It's all perfect. I love it so much. Jake's dad, Zach, lives about 20 minutes away in the next village, Alatara Porta. It's a nice place too, but not as lovely as Melioras. I wanted Jake to be near his dad's place. Even though I'd rather be at least 3 states away, Jake needs his dad. I'm still humming when I park my SUV in front of the sign shop, but my perfect moment screeches to a halt when I see them across the street. If this were a movie, you'd hear a record needle scratching across the album. It's my ex-husband, Zach, and his girlfriend. who are also enjoying this perfect spring day at the Calamaris coffee shop. I pretend I don't see them when my ex-husband, shouts, "Molly, Molly!" I slowly turn with what I hope is a convincing look of surprise. I wave back, but continue toward the sign shop. I have important business to attend to after all. "Molly!" he calls out again, waving me over. "Balderdash!" For Jake's sake, I suppose I should be cordial. What is the girlfriend's name again? Tiffany? Bambi? Phoebe? The least he could do is date someone old enough to run for Congress. He's wearing one of his more expensive suits, which purposely accentuates his lean, confident frame. In what I assume is an effort to look younger, he's wearing his sandy blonde hair a bit longer these days, like he did when we first met. As I cross the street, Felicity shifts uncomfortably in her seat. She should. He swears nothing happened before we split, but I think he's lying. He's a talented wizard, though, always blocking my attempts to read him, so who knows what really happened. "What's up?" I ask as cheerfully as I can muster, while Destiny and I exchange polite hellos. She radiates that youthful beauty typical of a 23-year-old with no kids. She wears a figure-hugging, shockingly short dress all too well, and her feet, adorned with delicate stilettos and rhinestone-studded wraparound ankle straps, make my 35-year-old knees hurt just looking at them. "Jake told me you got your real estate license," Zach says. "That's right." I puff up with pride. "I'm on my way to get the yard signs for my first listing right now." "I take it Jake got to school okay this morning?" he asks, as if my having a job now means Jake has dropped out of school and is left to wander the streets. "He got to school fine," I respond testily. "What if he gets sick and you have to show a house? Then I'll call Mrs. Moore to babysit like we always have." Mrs. Moore is an angel, a literal angel who's been like a surrogate grandparent to Jake ever since he was born. Her own grandchildren live several hours away by plane, so she doesn't get to see them as often as she likes. She gets grandbaby time with Jake, and I get a much-needed break when I need it. "The new school seems to agree with him," Zach points out. "Yes." I smile broadly. He's doing so much better, although he's still a disorganized, easily distracted preteen. Zach grimaces. "He gets that from me." "Don't I know it?" Ariel crosses her arms and pinches her lips when we share an easygoing laugh. Our marriage wasn't all bad. We had lots of good times. But we married too young. Had we met 5 years later, who knows? "It was lovely to see you both," I tell them, as sincerely as I can. "But I have to go now. I have a house to sell." I cross the street again to Stanley's sign shop, refusing to let them get me down. I may have encountered more obstacles than I thought I would on my first day, but I'm going to sell the heck out of this house. When I step into the shop, and a wizard, who I assume is Stanley, greets me, we're interrupted by my buzzing pocket. "What now?" "Lunch?" my sister Anne texts. "Sure, what time?" "Noon." "I'll be there." "I passed my exam, of course." "I knew you would." "Although you knew you would too." LOL. "You didn't cheat, did you?" "Of course not. I'm picking up my yard signs for my first listing now." "That's great." "I'm so proud of you." "Thanks. See you at noon." I almost include a bitter comment about Zach and Trixie, but decide against it. He isn't worth it. But I should ask Jake if he knows her name, so I can stop inventing names for her. "Sorry about that." I apologize to Stanley. "It was my sister." "No problem. I have 3 of those myself." "So, what do you think?" he asks. When he raises his hand, 3 large aluminum signs float from the back room. They feature a cottage, with a sold sign out front, then the trademark colors of Spooky Shanty Realty, purple and mango. Underneath the tagline, it reads, "Molly Fitzle, Sales Associate." I grin, swelling with pride. Look at me, a full-fledged businesswoman. "They're perfect," I tell him. "Here's the flyers that Mr. Lang ordered as well." "You're selling the Baker House, huh?" he asks, handing me a flat box of colorful flyers. "It's my first listing." I smile so big my face hurts. "Congratulations and good luck." "Thank you." "If you get the door, I'll move the signs into your SUV." I hold open the shop door, pressing the button on my key fob to open the back door of my Volkswagen Taos. It's the perfect size for me. Just right for hauling Jake and all of his things, and now my real estate supplies. Bobby watches the process from across the street as the signs gently stack themselves in my vehicle. I resist the urge to stick my tongue out at her. I know it's so childish, but some days I struggle. After glancing at my watch, I realize I have barely enough time to drive to the Baker house, put my sign and flyers in the yard, and then do a quick walkthrough to know where everything is before I show it for real. It's a charming two-story home, painted an inviting golden yellow. Quaint shutters frame the windows, and a cozy front porch framed by colorful snapdragons begs for a leisurely Sunday afternoon. A gently sloping roof and whimsical chimney top it off, making it the very picture of domestic bliss. I pop open the SUV's back door and grasp at a for sale sign, but they're heavier than I thought. In times like this, I wish I were a witch. A little magic could go a long way in this case. I feel ridiculous struggling to plant the sign in the yard. Not so easy with heels on, I can tell you. I pictured this going a lot smoother. I saw myself planting the sign into the yard with one big, satisfying flourish. But that isn't happening. Taking a quick glance around me to make sure no one is watching, I jump up and down on the bar across the bottom of the sign to push it into the ground. I work up a sweat, but when it's finally in place, I pop the flyers into the flyer box, stepping back to admire my handiwork. It's gorgeous. I snap a quick picture for my Facebook page, then head to the front door. Thankfully, Mr. Lang remembered to text me the code to the lockbox when I was in the sign shop. But as I enter the first number on the lock, my phone rings. Hey Jake, what's up? Mom, I'm in trouble. Chapter 5. Mom, I forgot my soccer uniform. We have a game this afternoon. Ugh. I asked you last night if you had a game today, but you said no. I didn't think I did. Can't you go without the uniform? Play in your gym clothes? I can't play in the game if I don't have my uniform. I swear, this kid. All right, I'll run home to get it. And my cleats. Okay. And my shin guards. Of course. Jake, you have to understand, you can't be doing this now that I'm working. This is the last time, I swear. No doubt. I guess I won't see the inside of the house until the showing appointment. I want the buyers to see me as a professional, but I don't want Jake to think I'm neglecting him because I'm working. Or give Zach another excuse to complain. I'll have to fake it with the vampires. Forget something? Oliver, our 300-year-old house poltergeist, asks when I rush through the front door, out of breath from hurrying. We only bought the house a month ago. I didn't realize a poltergeist was living here until we moved in. The real estate agent suggested a spirit inspection, but I declined. I didn't sense otherworldly beings the first time he showed it to us, so I didn't think it was necessary. Little did I know the poltergeist was wandering along the road, terrorizing unsuspecting motorists while we were looking at the house. Jake forgot his soccer uniform. Oh, I could have told you that. Then why didn't you? I roll my eyes. I didn't feel like it, he says before disappearing with a pop. It's bad enough that I live with a 10-year-old who's going on 30. I also have a cantankerous poltergeist to contend with. I've considered hiring a medium to eliminate him, but I haven't had the time. Watch it, or I'll get some sage, I call out. That doesn't work on me, he shouts back from the ether with a cackle. I search for Jake's uniform in the disaster he calls a bedroom. The kid can literally do magic, but his bedroom still looks like a tornado blew through here. I finally locate his jersey under the bed. I don't want to think about the last time he washed it. Scratch that, I washed it. Where would I be if I were a soccer cleat? Closet? Oh, look, there's one. Now where's the other? Aha! Under the desk. Now for the shin guards. We have got to get organized if I'm working full-time. I won't have all day to follow him around and clean up after him. There's the shin guards and shorts on the fish tank. At least he's good about caring for the fish. I stuff it all in a gym bag and dash out the door again, leaving Buster still snoring in the sunny window. I don't think he knew I was even there. Heaven help us if we're ever robbed. Buster would show them where everything is, if it meant they would leave him alone so he could get back to his nap. I drive to Jake's school again, continuously glancing at my watch. When I arrive, I nearly fling his uniform out the window. I'll barely be in time for lunch with Anne. I'm still so mad at myself that I didn't have the chance to go through the house before showing it. Jake and I will talk this weekend about how it's different now. He's 10. There are some things he'll have to learn to do for himself. I may need to give him more leeway with magic and the chores. When I arrive at Barty's Bistro, I'm even more anxious and out of breath. Hi, I'm meeting Anne Simon. I don't see anyone with that name on here, the host says, consulting the list on the stand. Great, I raced over here for nothing. Would you like to be seated while you wait? She asks. Yes, please. I'm grateful for the chance to catch my breath and gather my thoughts. Barty's is a cozy cafe, nestled in the heart of the village, with a rustic charm accentuated by mismatched wooden furniture, soft ambient lighting, and walls adorned with local art. The scent of freshly brewed coffee, baked goods, and mouth-watering sandwiches always fills the air, making it a local favorite. My thoughts return to my buyers. What if it's love at first sight for the vampires, and they make an offer on the spot? Wouldn't Mr. Grumpy Pants and his designer suit be surprised? Just think of it. A sale from my first showing. That would be an incredible start. Don't get your hopes up, I tell myself. A sale that fast would be unusual, no doubt. Can I get you something to drink? A young lavender fairy, no bigger than a coffee cup, asks me. Iced tea would be great. Coming right up. Even though I pretend to scan the menu, I already know what I'm getting. I always tell myself I'll try something different next time I'm here, but then I don't. I must have been daydreaming about my first home sale longer than I realized, because it's already 12:30. Where is that darn sister of mine? The other diners come and go, but no Anne. If I skip lunch and leave now, I'll have barely enough time to pick up a bouquet of fresh flowers to display on the baker's patio and go through the house before the appointment. I've never done that. Leave when someone else is late. Would it be too rude? I'll give her 10 more minutes, but then that's it, I swear. It would serve her right for always being late. After another 15 minutes with no Anne and no explanatory text, I tell the waiter I won't stay for lunch after all. And could he let me know what I owe for the iced tea? After gathering my things, I drop a generous tip on the table for wasting his time when my sister rushes in. Now she's the one who's out of breath, and why is her face all flushed and sweaty? Is that a smudge of dirt on her left cheek? Being only a year apart in age, same build, tall and mostly slender, although I wouldn't mind losing a little from my thighs, and the same long auburn hair, we're often mistaken for twins. But at this moment, Anne's hair reminds me of Jake's from this morning, all unruly and wild. When was the last time she combed her hair? And is that a stick poking out from the back? What the heck happened to her? Where have you been? I scold her. Don't ask, she says. Sorry I'm late. Are you okay? I'm fine, she insists. No, you aren't. I can sense her distress. She's lying. You better not be reading me, she scolds before I can say anything more. A person doesn't have to be psychic to see something is wrong, I point out. Okay, if you must know, I lost track of time as usual, but I didn't want you to lecture me, so I ran down the street and tripped and fell. I even broke my shoe. She waves her broken shoe in front of me. I know it's rude to read my sister, but it's not like I want to know what she got me for Christmas. If I thought she was in danger, wouldn't I be obligated to help? Of course, she's blocking me because she's a witch. A healing witch who owns the most popular crystal and potion shop in the village. Hang on a second, were you leaving? She asks when she sees the tip on the table. Don't tell me you had lunch without me. I should have. You're an hour late. I told you I was sorry. Come on, sit down and order. You can tell me how your first day of real estate is going. It's been a bit hectic, I groan, slumping back in my chair. I should be firm and tell her I don't have time, but instead, I order a Monte Cristo sandwich, fries, and coleslaw, hoping it will be quick to prepare. I'm so nervous about the showing that I wasn't sure I could eat, but when the waiter levitates my lunch to the table, forcing a passerby to duck, and the smell of hot, fried, salted potatoes tickles my nose, I realize I'm famished. It's probably best to eat something now, so my stomach isn't growling when I show the house. Anne gives me an odd glance when I chow down my sandwich much more quickly than usual, but she doesn't comment on it. Between bites, I explain everything that's happened so far today. She doesn't remember Zach's girlfriend's name either. She suggests Ruby, but I don't think that's it. As soon as I finish eating, I apologize for being in a rush, but I refuse to be late for the showing. I leave the bill with her while I scramble out the door, trying not to laugh at her shocked expression over my bold move. Serves her right. I'm ready for my first showing. Chapter 6. I congratulate myself when I discover I'll be about 10 minutes early to the showing appointment. That gives me time to compose myself and open the house before the buyers arrive. Congratulations quickly turns to anxiety, however, when I pull up to the house only to realize the vampires are already there. Oh no! What if they think I'm late? What a horrible impression for my first showing. Before you get hung up on the legend of vampires perishing in sunlight or killing me for my blood, don't believe everything you've heard. They don't burst into flames the moment they're exposed to sunlight, although they do avoid direct exposure to it. This family is all wearing hats while waiting for me in the shade of the awning on the patio. As for their blood source, I kind of don't want to think about it. I heard they've made surprising advances in synthetic blood that the undead simply order online. I picture it being like veggie burgers for vegetarians. So, rest assured, they won't be chomping on me or anyone else this afternoon. I feel perfectly safe with them. Good afternoon, Mr. and Mrs. Cabello. I hope you haven't been waiting long. Not to worry. We came early to look around. We were just checking out the yard and the neighborhood. Good idea. I'll open the door for you and we'll head inside. They patiently wait for me to unlock the lockbox and then the front door. I want to ask them how old they are, but that would be rude. Mom and Dad must have been bitten sometime in their 40s. Their son looks like a teenager. It would be fascinating to know how long ago it was, but it's none of my business. Do you know if there are any ghosts in this house, dear? Mrs. Cabello asks. I'm sorry, but I don't. Dang it. If I had seen the house earlier, I'd already know. We've heard that having ghosts in the home is a problem, Mr. Cabello tells me. I nod. There's a poltergeist in my new house. He's a pill. But there are specialists you can hire to cleanse the house if it's a problem, I offer. That's good to know. Mrs. Cabello relaxes. I smile at the sullen teenager standing with them. No school today? I ask, immediately regretting it. I'm 400 years old, he snaps. Yes, of course. How silly of me. Don't be rude, his father chastises him. What a delight that would be. A perpetual teen, forever trapped at 16. I'll let you look around at your own pace. If you have questions, let me know, I explain, opening the door for them. So far, I'm not sensing any ghosts. You should always have a thorough inspection, of course, to identify potential problems. That's excellent advice. Oh my goodness, look at this kitchen, the wife exclaims, her concerns about ghosts all but forgotten. I don't want to crowd them or make them think I'm impatient, so I do my best to fade into the background. They should form their own opinions. While they're busy in the kitchen, this is my chance to look elsewhere. I'll start with the attic, fully expecting it to be the dullest area of the house anyway. However, as I confidently place my foot on the first step, an unforeseen and overwhelmingly powerful surge of dark energy crashes into me. This isn't an ordinary sensation. It's as if the very shadows themselves have come alive, wrapping their tendrils around me, so intensely dark that my knees tremble and start to give way. I grasp the stair railing for support, my heart pounding against my chest. The energy in the attic is sinister and malevolent. Excuse me, Molly, Mrs. Cabello calls out. Yes? I hurry into the kitchen, eager to help, even though my heart has sped to an uncomfortable level. I'll answer her question, then return to the attic. Considering it's my first showing, and I never expected to sense something that dark, I'm unsure how to handle this. Hopefully, I can stall them for a bit until I figure out what's causing the dark energy. Do you know what kind of wood they use to make these cabinets? She asks. It looks like walnut to me, but I can double-check that if you want. They're gorgeous, she exclaims. Relieved that it seems to be a good enough answer for now, I make a note on my phone to ask Mr. Lang if he knows what the kitchen cabinets are made of. Wait, just a moment, I exclaim when I see Mrs. Cabello heading up the attic stairs. Too late. Her terrified scream cuts through the house. Mr. Cabello, Derek, the teenager, and I race for the attic stairs, where we grapple to get through the doorway at once. Mr. Cabello finally shoves past us, taking the attic stairs two at a time with Derek and me on his heels. Mrs. Cabello's screaming reaches a fevered pitch. What could it be that's made her so upset? Did a wild animal sneak in? Is there a skunk in the attic? Hideous wallpaper? A hole in the roof? Given what I felt earlier, I know it can't be as easy as that, but one can always hope. Why is she still screaming? Even though this is only my first showing, I'm pretty sure this isn't supposed to happen. When Mr. Cabello curses, I know for certain this shouldn't happen. When Derek shouts, "Wicked!" for a moment, I hope it isn't as bad as I imagined. But my hopes are smashed to smithereens as I choke back my own scream at the body lying in the middle of the attic, staring up at the ceiling with blank eyes, blood pooling under his head. Vomit threatens to sneak past the back of my throat when I realize it's Barney Mullins, my sister's ex-fiance. So it's a skunk, all right, but not the kind I was expecting. "We're definitely not buying this house," Derek exclaims. Chapter 7. Mrs. Cabello's screams bounce off the attic walls, and when she presses her hands against her eyes to keep from looking at the body, I berate myself for not knowing what to do in a situation like this. Questions build in my head like a dark, booming thunderstorm. How long has Barney's body been here? Who did this? What do I do now? I'm no coroner, but it doesn't look like he's been dead very long. While Mrs. Cabello's shrieking intensifies, the rest of us stare at Barney, unable to move or fully process what we're looking at. "We didn't do this," Derek insists fiercely. "I didn't think you did," I assure him. My sister's late lunch arrival and unkempt appearance flash through my head, but I quickly tamp it down. I should be the one to tell her about this. She can't hear it from someone else, or worse, on the TV. But I can't just call her, can I? I'm worried the news will travel quickly through this small town. I struggle to keep from panicking, while Mr. Cabello tries calming Mrs. Cabello down. But it's no use. Derek appears torn between wanting to punch something and getting a closer look at the body. "Can't you do something about this?" Derek advances on me so quickly that I step back. The moment a sliver of fangs peeks out against his tightly pressed lips, I hastily throw my hand over my mouth, stifling an involuntary gasp. They did not cover this in real estate school. "Derek!" Mr. Cabello's voice cuts through the chaos. "Take your mother downstairs." He scowls, reluctantly following his father's orders. "We need to call the authorities," Mr. Cabello insists. "Yes, of course." I pull my cell phone from my pocket, willing my trembling hands to press the right buttons. What should I say? "Hi, I'm a horrible real estate agent, and I discovered a body at my first listing." I can't bring myself to admit that it's my sister's ex-fiance. Not out loud, anyway. Instead, I explain to the operator that we're at 17 Rosemary Street, and there's a body in the attic. I promise to stay on the scene, but not touch anything. Still staring at Barney's lifeless form, a tumultuous desire to reach out and touch him consumes me. Not out of morbid fascination, but out of a desperate hope that contact could unlock a psychic reading, a glimpse into the events that led to this moment. I can't do it in front of Mr. Cabello, though. He'll think I'm out of my mind. Or worse, he might think I'm trying to cover up evidence, especially when he learns my connection to Barney. Even though I told the operator I wouldn't touch anything, Barney's corpse might tell me who did this or how it happened. It could at least give me a clue. Dare I risk it in front of Mr. Cabello? I take a small, slow step toward the body. If I could just, "Let's go," he says when sirens pierce the air. I should tell him I'm a psychic, and if I touch the body, I can see if there's enough energy left for me to read. But I don't. Instead, I dutifully follow him out of the attic. I shudder to think what Sheriff Blake will do when he realizes I'm the one who found his cousin's body. Yep, I said, cousin. After my sister caught Barney cheating on her, she called off the wedding. To say she had some issues following that is an understatement. She got a little crazy, as one might expect. She slashed the tires on his car. Well, not truly slashed. It's harder to cut through a tire than she realized, especially when all she had was a dull steak knife from the kitchen drawer. When the dull knife didn't work, she let all the air out instead. But that took so long, he caught her hiding behind the car. Then they had a screaming match in the middle of the street, prompting neighbors to finally call the sheriff. But not before my sister threatened to kill Barney in front of all of them. Why didn't I press her on the real reason she was late for lunch? She's always late and never offers an apology. The fact she gave an excuse today, in addition to being a complete mess, is a bad sign. As Mr. Cabello and I emerge onto the porch, the scene intensifies with the arrival of Sheriff Blake. His expression sours, and his lips twist in disdain at the sight of me. The air is thick with tension as he stops to confer with one of his deputies, their gestures ominous as they point directly at us, then towards the attic. It's official. Worst first showing ever. When the sheriff advances on us, I gulp. He's a werewolf. A particularly large werewolf. I try to remember which moon cycle we're currently in. I think we recently passed this month's full moon. I may not be afraid of vampires, but werewolves make me nervous. Barney once told my sister that his cousin locks himself in a secure vault during the full moon. But what happens if he forgets? Or what if he doesn't get to the vault in time and loses control? I shudder when I think of werewolves running loose in the village. My imagination goes wild momentarily when I wonder if he accidentally killed Barney. What happened? He asks. Even though Mr. Cabello and I are standing on the porch and Sheriff Blake is 3 steps down, he's still taller than us. I was showing the house when we found a body. My voice is all squeaky and nervous. How do I tell him it's Barney? Did you touch anything? I shake my head. Who's here with you? Just me and the Cabellos, I explain, pointing to Mr. Cabello next to me, then his wife and son in the middle of the yard, where Derek is still trying to calm his hysterical mother. Don't even think about leaving, he tells us, signaling to another deputy who has arrived to assist with the investigation. Wait, I plead as he heads to the door. He glares at me so fiercely when I briefly touch his arm that I snatch my hand back like I accidentally touched a hot stove. He probably thinks I was trying to read him, but I swear I wasn't. I was only trying to get him to pause for a moment. The body, I choke up. What? He demands impatiently. It's Barney. Chapter 8. His expression shifts as shadows fall across his features, and a storm brews behind his eyes. He hurls the door open, the force of his anger propelling it with such ferocity it crashes against the wall. The sound of the impact reverberates, causing the crowd gathering on the lawn to turn and look. Seconds later, another deputy arrives to take our statements. He purposely places us in different parts of the yard. When I ask him why, he explains they don't want witnesses influencing each other. It's not like we have much to tell, however. There's a body in the attic. End of story. This is your listing, correct? The deputy asks dispassionately. Yes. This is the first you noticed a body in the attic? I inhale deeply, trying not to sound frustrated and impatient. Yes, I only got my license today, along with this listing. The deputy drones on endlessly with questions I don't know how to answer. Yes, I stopped here earlier to place the for sale sign in the yard. No, I didn't enter the house at the time. Yes, this is the first time I've been inside. They think I'm stalling, but I can't help it. I don't have the answers they're looking for. My primary concern is getting to my sister before anyone else does. Finally, the deputy tells me I'm free to leave the property, but not allowed to leave town. Whatever. Obviously, I didn't do this. Don't turn on the TV. I need to talk to you. I text Anne. What's going on? Just call me. You'll have to wait. The store is full of people. Bejeebers, why is she so stubborn? I hope her customers at the Curing Crystals and Potion Shop, her wildly popular store on the other side of the village, Don't spill the beans before I can get over there. I'd also like to leave here before Sheriff Blake comes back. But as I'm about to step off the patio, he stomps out the front door, angrier than ever. Have you talked to your sister today? Why? Just answer the question. We had lunch. What time? I start to tell him that it was a later lunch than I expected, because Anne held everything up, but I think better of it. I have a very bad feeling about this. It was at 1 o'clock. He scribbles that down. Where? Barty's Bistro. Again, he writes it down. Why is this taking so long? Do you have somewhere else you need to be? He asks, noting my impatience. Nope, I tell him. A profound sense of dread washes over me, and my heart plummets when a deputy methodically unfurls yellow crime scene tape, circling the house with the stark, unyielding boundaries of an investigation. A vivid declaration that tragedy has indeed struck, transforming this once cozy place into a scene of solemn inquiry. All around us, deputies move with grim determination, their every step meticulous as they comb through the yard, searching for clues and pieces of a puzzle that could explain the unthinkable. When the local news station shows up with a camera, I groan regretfully. Why did I put up my sign? Mr. Lang won't be happy to see this. Is this the shortest real estate agent tenure on record? I've only had my license for a few hours when my listing is seized by the authorities. I'm so busy watching the news station photographer take pictures of my for sale sign that I'm startled when my phone buzzes with a text. The store is swamped. Why don't you come by? Anne texted. I guess I'll have to. At least she's busy. Too busy to watch the news, I hope. When the deputy finally clears me to leave the property, I rush to Anne's crystal store, my heart pounding with the fear of being too late. A wave of relief washes over me as soon as I lay eyes on the scene inside. Among the shimmering array of crystals and the soft, mystical ambiance of the shop is my sister, engaged in a lively interaction with a customer. Anne's shop is always crowded for good reason. Looking for a rare ingredient for a potion to heal that nagging toothache? She'll have it. Craving a rose quartz to keep peace in your home while your in-laws visit? She'll have it. I don't know how she does it, but she snags those specialty ingredients no one else can. Usually, I love visiting her shop. Row upon row of glowing jewel-colored potions stored in uniquely shaped bottles and jars, tables full of artfully arranged baskets with sparkling crystals, and thick, scented, dazzling candles designed to assist even the most inexperienced witches and wizards with their spell needs. There's always something to look at and admire in here. Today, however, I come with such awful news, I don't see the pretty things in the shop, just the throngs of shoppers who need to pause for a moment so I can give Anne the news. I need to talk to you, I whisper, taking her by the arm when the customer goes back to browsing. This isn't the ideal place to give her this kind of news, but it will have to do. But as soon as I try to steer her toward the back room, she resists with a surprising ferocity. With every muscle tensed, she plants her feet firmly against the floor, the air between us crackling with tension, her eyes alight with fear and determination. She's still tense from before. But is she mad at me for cutting our lunch short, or is something else going on that she doesn't want me to know about? So talk. How did your showing go? She asks, her arms crossed in defiance. That's what I need to talk to you about, I whisper. Oh my gosh, you sold it already. Your first showing. That's so exciting. No, that's not exactly it. Oh, that's okay. Better luck next time, right? I'm serious. We need to talk. Alone, I demand, my voice reaching a pitch that causes several customers to turn and look. Why won't she do what I say? Okay, we'll talk. What has you so rattled? She asks. Breathing a sigh of relief, I steer her toward the back room. My relief is short-lived, however, when Sheriff Blake and 2 deputies march into the shop. Store activity comes to a standstill while an uneasy hush blankets the room. What is this about? Anne asks, finally understanding something is very wrong. Molly, what's going on? Anne Simon, you are under arrest for the murder of Barney Mullins. Murder? Barney is dead? She exclaims, her words hanging in the air, heavy with disbelief and horror. The question, laden with grief and shock, echoes around us as the deputy pulls her aside, methodically securing handcuffs around her wrists. An eerie silence falls over the stunned customers, punctuated only by the metallic click of the restraints. The deputy recites her rights in a steady, unwavering tone, but I hear none of it. I just stand there, too stunned to speak. Suddenly, the uncomfortable silence is shattered by the arrival of the news crew. Like a storm force, they burst through the door, their equipment clattering, microphones thrust forward, cameras rolling to capture every second of this spectacle. I'm too shocked to move. My sister, my own flesh and blood, is being arrested for murder. What should have been an exciting and joyful day has gone horribly wrong. And just when I think this can't get any worse, I get a text from my new boss. "My office now," he texts. "Heck of a first day, huh, Molly?" Mr. Lang says when I reluctantly enter his office. "I'm so sorry. I didn't know there was a body in the attic." "Obviously, you wouldn't have shown it if you knew." Phew, this doesn't sound as bad as I thought. However, uh-oh. I got a call from the real estate board. They've suspended your license pending a hearing. They've what? I haven't even had it for a day. I understand that, but as you know, part of holding a license in this state is you agree to exhibit good moral character. Apparently, discovering your sister's ex-fiance's body during a showing is considered questionable. I'm sorry, but you can't practice real estate until after the hearing. I trudge back to my cubicle, devastated. My license sits alone, still propped against the plain wall. My plans for a plant, the picture of Jake, and the frame for my license seem so long ago. The problems at the real estate school this morning seem so petty now. I had my license less than 24 hours. My sister is in jail for allegedly murdering Barney. But why? What kind of evidence could they have? Other than her hating Barney for cheating on her? This has to be a personal vendetta. Obviously, I know my sister didn't kill anybody. Someone needs to investigate this thoroughly instead of assuming my sister did it. It looks like that someone is me. Chapter 9. Shame you were just getting started. Myers scoffs, radiating superiority when he sees me slumped in my cubicle, my head buried in my hands. "Oh, buzz off!" the pixie who was talking on the phone earlier tells him, shooing him away with a sweep of her hand. "I can't believe this happened to you. Are you okay? That must have been so scary on your first day," she soothes. "So this isn't a typical first day?" I quip, because I'm sure it isn't, yet I need to double-check. I don't know how I could handle any more dead bodies. "I swear to you I have never found a body at a showing." She laughs. Her pixie laugh is a cascade of magical notes, each twinkling like starlight, giving me a momentary release from the world's weight. Good, because I was beginning to worry. "What did Mr. Lang say?" "The real estate board has suspended my license pending a hearing." "Oh no, you just got it too. But murder is unusual, I promise." "Believe it or not, it isn't only that." "What do you mean?" "In one short day, it's like everything that could go wrong did. There was a mix-up at the real estate school with my license. Then just as I think I'm ready to get started, that Myers guy treats me like dirt." "Don't mind him," she quickly interrupts. "New and energetic agents always threaten him." "Why?" I ask. "He's obviously doing great. Why would someone like me be a threat?" "He hates that things have changed so much. He misses the days when agents took the husband out for whiskey and cigars while showing him a stack of listings only he knew about. Now, buyers find homes online and contact us. Personally, I like it better this way. I can't say I'm big on whiskey and cigars." "Me either," she says. "I'm Tina Lucas, by the way." "Molly Fitzle," I respond. But before she can say anything more, I blurt out, "This is all my fault." "How is this your fault? Unless you murdered that guy." "No, I didn't murder him. Although when we found out he was cheating on my sister, it crossed my mind." I clap my hand over my mouth. Did I really say that? This is no time to joke, but I couldn't help it. Thankfully, Tina giggles. "I bet you did. But if you didn't kill him, how is any of this your fault?" "Where do I start?" I ask in dismay. "From the beginning. I have time." Before I can stop myself, it spills out. "I got divorced. But I don't have to work, you know. I stayed home with my son for 10 years. But I was looking for something important to do. It was my son who encouraged it. I still feel guilty about the divorce and even getting this new job. Then Jake, my son, who's freaky smart but so forgetful, left his soccer uniform at home today, so I had to go back to the house and pick it up, then take it to him at school. If I hadn't done that, I could have looked at the house before the buyers and possibly discovered the body myself. And the Cabellos would have been spared the trauma. And the news reporters wouldn't have filmed Mrs. Cabellos having a panic attack. Then there's the footage of me at my sister's shop, watching her get arrested. If the board reinstates my license, it will be a miracle. Although maybe it's best I stay home from now on. At least as a stay-at-home mom, I didn't have to deal with dead bodies. Whoa, slow down there, sister. I'm so sorry. I shouldn't be talking like this. We just met. No, I don't mean that. I told you I had time to listen. What I meant was to slow down on the self-blame. For starters, you said your son is smart, right? Too smart, I nod. I know when my kids were that age, there were some lessons they had to learn the hard way. When I look shocked, she quickly adds, I don't mean life-threatening hard way. I mean things like simple consequences. I don't understand. You said you asked him the night before if he had a game today, but he said no. Yes, exactly, I nod. So, he can't be trusted to keep track of which days are game days? Well, what if you had told him because he didn't have his uniform, he had to sit this game out, or call his dad? Why couldn't Dad have handled the uniform? Well, I'm not sure what to say. I chuckle uneasily. She might be right, but I don't know if I'm ready to admit that. Of course, your sister didn't kill Barney. Sooner or later, my bet is sooner. The real killer will be discovered. You'll get your license back, and then you'll make an amazing real estate agent. I'll help. Thank you. I appreciate your listening to me. Uh-oh, I exclaim when I realize what time it is. I have to pick Jake up for his soccer game. Then I have to decide how to break the news about his aunt getting arrested. Well, go. It's important to be at the games, of course. But keep me posted, okay? Mr. Lang didn't say you can't come into the office, did he? No, he only said I can't practice real estate until the hearing. Then don't be a stranger. There's still plenty for you to learn until you get your license back. I ignore the dirty looks Myers gives me as I leave the office. Despite all the horrible things that have happened today, and despite what I know will be an uphill battle, I feel a little better. I'm excited about making new friends. Friends who aren't the wives of Zach's colleagues or moms from Jake's old school. I have my own colleagues now. I don't know what to do next for Anne, but I must keep things as normal as possible with Jake for now. I have a terrible feeling this will get a lot worse before it gets better. Chapter 10. When I get to Jake's school, I find him waiting alone on the front steps. Ah, I am a horrible mother. When he sees me, he leaps up, running toward the car. Mom, thank goodness you came. I'm only a few minutes late. Were you worried? The kid said Aunt Anne killed somebody. It was on the internet and everything. You were there too. Why were you there? Is it because Anne did it? What happens next? Did you see the body? Was it all gross? They didn't show that part. As his questions fly fast and furious, I wonder how I fooled myself into thinking I'd give him the news after dinner. What was I thinking? The kids all have smartphones these days that they can access at any time. Jake has a phone, but it's for emergencies only. Did you get to see a dead body? He asks. Yes. Unfortunately, I saw the body. Yikes, he exclaims. What did it look like? Did it look like a zombie? No, it just looked like a dead body. Did Aunt Anne really kill him? Of course not. Is it true? It was Uncle Barney? Yes, it was Barney. The same guy Aunt Anne was engaged to. Yup, that's him. I never liked that guy. But don't tell anyone. My teacher said we shouldn't speak bad about dead people, or something like that. He admits. Don't tell anyone, but I didn't like him either. Did someone kill him? I might as well tell him the truth. He'll only hear about it somewhere else anyway. From what I could tell, yes, he had a nasty gash on his head. But why do they think Aunt Anne did it? That part I don't know for sure. Shouldn't you find out? He asks. I'm working on it. Cool. On TV, they ask for a lawyer. Does she have a lawyer? Our cousin Harvey is a lawyer, but I haven't had a chance to call him. Is it because you're too busy working now? I hope that your aunt has already called him. I visibly cringe before deciding not to tell him I was suspended. He doesn't need to know everything this second. Hopefully, the police will figure out quickly that it wasn't your aunt. It's all I can come up with at the moment. There's Dad, Jake points out when we arrive at the soccer field. This day gets better and better. It's not that I want Zach to miss Jake's games or anything, but I'd rather not have to see him either. Thankfully, Trixie isn't with him. Hey, Dad! Jake runs straight for him, his hand outstretched. They high-five before he sprints in the other direction to greet his teammates. Is it me, or are people staring at us? I take my time getting out of the car. I can already hear Zach's complaints. What's going on? Zach snaps the second we're within earshot. Is it true? Did your sister murder Barney? Obviously not, I exclaim, careful to make sure Jake can't hear us arguing. Then why did they arrest her? Have you never heard of innocent until proven guilty? They clearly had a reason for arresting her, Zach hisses. You know that Sheriff Blake has had it out for her since she broke up with his cousin, I remind him. So you're saying it's personal? I think that's a big part of it. Molly, she threatened to kill him in front of a bunch of witnesses, after she vandalized his car. He remarks so loudly several people turn to look. Keep your voice down, I chastise him. How are you going to tell Jake? He sighs, dragging his hands through his hair. He already knows. You told him? Without talking to me first? No, the kids at school told him. Great, just great, he groans. Calm down. I'm sure it's only a matter of time before we straighten this out. The police will figure out who the true killer is, and Anne will be back home. You better hope so, he grumbles. We reluctantly walk toward the field together as Jake's game starts. Thankfully, the phone rings, so I can excuse myself to take the call. I'm relieved it's my cousin Harvey. Maybe Anne is out of jail already. Maybe they located the killer. My heart thrums. Hey, Harvey, please tell me this is good news. It's not. All right, lay it on me. The somewhat good news is the bail hearing is first thing tomorrow morning, and the prosecutor assured me Anne will be released on her own recognizance, so no bail. That's a relief. Yes. Now what's the bad news? I have a contact in the medical examiner's office who owed me a favor. Mind you, none of this has been released yet, but they know a blow to the head killed Barney. I figured that, I tell him. Yes. Well, they found your sister's golf club stashed in the bushes in the backyard. He greets my peals of laughter with profound silence. You are joking, right? I ask. No! What's so funny? My sister has never golfed a day in her life. I laugh again with relief. This is all a huge misunderstanding, and she'll be out of jail by tomorrow at the latest, if not sooner. I don't understand, Harvey responds. What do you mean you don't understand? My sister doesn't golf. She doesn't have any golf clubs. Phew, Harvey. I've been freaking out, but once Anne tells them she's never set foot on a golf course, this whole thing will be done. You had me going there for a minute. Molly, I don't know how to break this to you, but the golf club head is inscribed with your sister's name. Anne Simon is etched into the center. Chapter 11. Following a night haunted by restless shadows and the weight of worry for my sister, where sleep remains elusive, once the first light of dawn cracks the horizon, I get out of bed only to mechanically perform the usual morning rituals, while my mind remains a tumult of anxiety and fear. When I drive Jake to school, each mile is heavy with the burden of the unknown, and his innocent chatter is a stark contrast to the turmoil within me. Don't forget to ask Aunt Anne what it was like to spend the night in the can, Jake insists. Can? Where did you pick up that word? TV. You can ask her all about it when you see her. I want to know if anyone tried to shank her. Shank? Exactly what kind of TV are you watching? Stuff. He shrugs. After dropping off Jake at school, I drove straight to the courthouse. As I approach courtroom 12, my heart hammers against my ribcage in a wild, frantic beat. Pressing my palm to my chest, I draw a sharp, steadying breath. A mixture of relief and apprehension courses through me once my eyes land on Anne and Harvey. Anne looks disheveled and tired, but doesn't appear to have been shanked. "How are you holding up, sis?" "I'm okay. I'll be glad to get out of here. Harvey said he told you about the golf club." "Yeah, but I don't get it. You don't golf. You hate golf." "Oh yeah, I still hate golf." She nods vigorously. "So what's the problem? How did your name get on a golf club? There's obviously some mistake here. Tell the judge." I trail off. Her expression tells me I don't want to hear what she's about to say. "I already told you. Barney gave me golf clubs for my birthday, even though he knows I hate golf." "I don't remember that at all," I protest. "You were in the middle of your divorce drama at the time. You probably didn't hear me. But what did you do with them? Stuff them in a closet at home? Please tell me you donated them to charity." "I may have thrown them at him," she mumbles. "Thrown them? Did anyone see you?" She nods reluctantly. "Pretty much everyone in his office." "But golf clubs are heavy. How could you throw them?" "I didn't say it was a good throw. Mostly they flopped every which way onto the floor." "And then what?" "I saw Irene, the office intern, smirking, and that's when I knew." "Knew what?" "That it was her idea, and that something must be going on with them." "This still doesn't tell me what happened to the golf clubs," I point out. "How should I know? I stormed off." "So someone took them and used one to kill Barney. We find the golf clubs, we find Barney's killer." "Do you think it was someone from his office?" Anne suggests. "Was anyone else mad enough to kill him?" "Besides me, you mean?" She jokes. "Don't say that." "Sorry, prison has hardened me." "Hardy heart, now you sound like Jake." "There was a guy named Colin." "And?" "They were competing for a huge promotion, but agreed to keep it civil and not pull any dirty tricks. But Barney knew Colin had cheated on the CFA exam." "How did Barney know that?" "Colin admitted it to him once in a weak moment. He thought they were friends. I mean, they were friends until Barney wanted something. He told the higher-ups, and not only did Colin not get the promotion, they demoted him." "He must have been furious." "He threatened to kill him," Anne exclaims. "In front of witnesses, I hope." "In front of the entire office." "Does he still work there?" "As far as I know." "Did they find any fingerprints on the club?" I ask Harvey. "Not a one." "Well, there you go. How can they say that she did it if there were no fingerprints?" "Because they're her golf clubs. She could have easily wiped off the fingerprints, or worn gloves." "Do we know when he died?" I ask, hoping somehow Anne has an alibi she conveniently forgot about. "Around 9 a.m. yesterday." Before I can ask her where she was, the judge appears. All rise for the Honorable Judge O'Malley. Harvey shushes us while motioning for us to stand. "Please be seated," the judge says. I can barely see the leprechaun magistrate at first. He's so tiny, he has to climb several stairs to reach the top of the bench. No one dare giggle at the little green man wielding an overly large gavel. First, he's the judge. Second, leprechauns possess powerful dark magic. One toe out of line, and he'd be quick to curse any of us with various maladies. I've heard stories about them cursing people who wrong them with horns, rashes, or extreme hair loss, to name a few. When the prosecutor stands, I instantly relax. This will all be over shortly. "Your Honor, we're requesting $100,000 in bail." Anne, Harvey, and I leap to our feet simultaneously, shouting in protest. "Order!" the judge scolds us. "I don't tolerate outbursts in my courtroom." "He lied!" I shout, jabbing my finger in the opposing attorney's direction. "One more peep from you, and I'll remove you," the little green judge exclaims, wielding his gavel like a weapon. "Sorry, Your Honor," I mumble. Harvey tells me to sit down. He probably already regrets taking this case. "Your Honor, the prosecution swore to me yesterday that he'd ask for my client to be released without bail. She has family here and is a small business owner. There's no reason to think she'd flee." "Is this true? What changed?" the judge asks. After further review of the case, Your Honor, I realized, given the high-profile nature of this case, that a costly bail is necessary. High profile meaning the sheriff's cousin, I mutter. The prosecutor continues. We've also come into some additional evidence this morning that we think is important. This is the first I'm hearing of it, Harvey exclaims. I didn't have the chance to inform you. I just received this, he says. Yeah, right, I whisper, while the judge glares at me. Yikes. I better watch it. The last thing Jake needs is a mom with horns. What is it? The judge asks. Not only do we have an eyewitness who can place the defendant at the crime scene when the victim was killed, but we also have a witness at the restaurant where she ate lunch afterward, who says she showed up late and disheveled. Harvey and I stare at Anne, who shrugs. I've never set foot in the Baker place. There can't be an eyewitness. Someone is lying, she hisses at us. I've never seen Anne this pale. Not even when the principal of our high school caught her smoking behind the gym. She knows we'll need at least $10,000 cash, which we certainly don't have. Not easily, anyway. After that, I don't hear what the judge says. What are we going to do? She can't sit in jail until we find the killer. She could get shanked. Where are we going to get that kind of money? Anne turns to me the moment the judge leaves. When the bailiff comes to get her, I struggle to keep from bursting into tears. I know where we can get it, I announce loudly. Oh, Molly, are you sure you want to do that? Anne asks. It's either that, or you sit in jail. You know where you can get the money? Harvey asks. Zach. Good luck with that. He grimaces. I'll let you know how it goes, I assure them, hurrying from the courtroom. I can't believe I have to beg my ex for money already. He'll be thrilled. Even though I dread asking Zach for money, I head straight for his office the moment I leave the courthouse. I have to get Anne out of jail as quickly as I can. Molly, is everything okay with Jake? Zach asks, his face etched with worry when I march into his office. Huh? Oh, yes. Jake's fine. But I need a huge favor, I tell him. Okay. Thankfully, Zach agrees, even if it's reluctantly, to wire money to the bail bondsman. He knows Anne isn't going anywhere, and he'll get his money back. I'm sure he only did it so Jake won't worry about his aunt. But it doesn't matter, whatever it takes to get Anne out of jail. Or the can, as Jake would say. Now that Anne's bail is secured, I have a crime scene to break into. Chapter 12. My pulse racing, I park 3 houses away from the Baker house, using several low-hanging trees for cover. A bead of sweat trickles down my back, while I try to talk myself out of this crazy scheme. I'm about to break into a crime scene. One that's still surrounded by painfully bright yellow no trespassing tape. I have to figure out who really killed Barney, but I can't mess this up by getting caught by the sheriff or filmed by a news reporter. I'm drawn to the attic with a sense of urgency bordering on desperation. Driven by the faintest of hopes, there will be enough lingering energy allowing me to catch a glimpse of the unseen, perhaps a vision revealing the truth of Barney's final moments. I'm acutely aware that even if something up there does speak to me, it's only a piece of the puzzle. I'd still have to prove someone other than my sister did this. Sure, I can see it now. Hi, Your Honor. I know my sister didn't kill Barney because I snuck under the tape, broke into the house, and had a psychic vision that showed me it wasn't her. Nope. The best I can do is hope for some solid clues that will help me prove it. I cringe at the sight of my for sale sign, still planted in the middle of the yard. How could it be that only yesterday I was so eager? Now I'm embarrassed. They showed my sign on TV so many times last night, I had to turn it off. Rather than approaching the front door directly, I decide it's safer to cut through the next-door neighbor's yard first, because it looks like no one is home. Hopefully, they're at work, where I wish I was. Making my way through their yard as stealthily as I can manage, my heart nearly stops when someone calls out, "Hey, you!" I rack my brain for a good excuse. Don't mind me, I'm admiring your tulips. Aren't spring flowers the best? I should have brought Buster. That way, I could pretend he was lost. Who am I kidding? He'd crawl into someone's hammock for a nap. Hey, I know you can hear me! The voice calls out again. I turn slowly, my mind grasping for a believable excuse. But when I realize it's a ghost calling to me from an open window upstairs, I release an audible whoosh of air. Oh, hello. If you don't mind, I'm kind of in a hurry, I tell the elderly man wearing pajamas. Are you always in a hurry? He asks. Excuse me? What an odd question. Every time I see you, you're in a rush to get somewhere. You must be mistaken. We've never even met. You see, I don't live here. I'm just the real estate agent. But when the sheriff's deputy asked me, I told him I saw you running away from here yesterday. Now, here you are again, in a hurry. Say what? You talked to a deputy? What exactly did you tell him? I told him I saw a woman with long red hair and glasses hurrying from the house. Even though I told them I only saw her briefly, they were so excited with my description. Now I realize it was you. It hits me like a ton of bricks when I realize the sheriff thought the eyewitness saw my sister at the crime scene yesterday, when it was me instead, running off to get Jake's soccer uniform. But how does that help me? Hi, it's me again, Your Honor. While breaking into the crime scene, I talked to your eyewitness. Turns out it was me he saw hurrying away, not my sister. Did you see anyone else here yesterday? I ask hopefully. Nope. The ghost shakes his head. Still desperate to get into the attic, I excuse myself, telling him I have places I have to be. Come back again, he shouts when I hurry away. I'm banking on the investigators failing to check for locked doors when they left yesterday, my steps to the back door cautious and deliberate. It occurs to me that attempting this in the middle of the day doesn't provide the best cover, but what other choice did I have? I step up to the door with bated breath, a silent prayer on my lips, hoping against hope that it's unlocked. My hand trembles slightly as I graze the cold metal of the doorknob, and with a gentle twist, the door yields, swinging open with a soft creak that's almost deafening in the vacant home. Relief washes over me while I pause for a moment, glancing over my shoulder at the yard behind me, before stepping over the threshold and silently closing the door. Before I sneak up the stairs, I glance out the picture window in front to ensure the coast is still clear. If I thought my pulse raced when I hit outside, that was nothing compared to what it's doing now. I'm almost afraid to go into the attic this time. What if there's another body? I swear I'll run away as fast as I can and never tell a soul. I know it's a horrible plan, but I can't handle another corpse right now. Or ever. With each step, the stairs creak unnaturally loudly. They didn't do that yesterday, did they? There's nothing but a large bloodstain on the floor. Yuck! That's bad enough, but still better than another victim. I remind myself to calm down and get centered. No wonder I couldn't get a reading yesterday with all the shock and chaos. The calmer I am, the easier for me to sense something. But I still get nothing. Not even the dark aura I felt yesterday on the stair steps. It's too late. Whatever visions I could have had are now gone. What if I had stood my ground and told Mr. Cabello I had to touch the body? I may have learned the killer's true identity, but I wasn't willing to stand up to him, and I'll regret that forever. So many what-ifs. What if I refused to get Jake's soccer uniform? What if I left the restaurant instead of waiting an hour for my sister? When the doorbell rings, I let out a sharp yelp, quickly covering my mouth, hoping it wasn't as loud as I suspect. Will my ex pay for my bail too? What will Jake say when he finds out his mother got arrested? The licensing board will never reinstate my license now, but I'm too busy to get shanked in prison. The doorbell rings again. Yoo-hoo! Anyone home? A woman calls out. Since when does law enforcement say yoo-hoo? I quietly inch my way down the stairs. Hello! An older woman with gray hair and extra-large glasses exclaims when she sees me through the doorway. I thought I saw someone in here. I'm Mrs. Kennitz from across the street. There's been so much going on, I was worried something else happened. Oh, hi there, I tell her, trying my best to appear casual. I'm the real estate agent, and I was just checking on things. Do you know how long they plan to keep all that yellow tape up? She asks, letting herself in the door. No, unfortunately I don't. It's so unsightly. Tell me about it. You said you live across the street? I sure do. 47 years next August. My Niles and I, God rest his soul, Bought this place right after we got married. Ours was one of the first houses built here. Oh, that's nice. If you'll notice, the house next door has a garage, but it's only for one car. Back in those days, it was one car per family. Nowadays, everyone in the family has at least one. So many have two. Can you believe it? Oh dear, I don't want to be selfish, but we need to get out of here before we get caught. She has to stop talking at some point, right? We couldn't afford the model with the garage. That's why we only have the carport. I see. I nod along with her speech. I don't know what I'll do if we get caught in the house, because she has to give me the neighborhood history. Sure, I'm a real estate agent and should be interested in this. But right now, I'm an agent with a suspended license who's trespassing in a crime scene. Mrs. Kennett talks so fast that I'm convinced she hasn't inhaled once during this conversation. Mrs. Kennett, I don't mean to be rude, but do you recall seeing anyone here yesterday, around 9 a.m.? You mean that fellow who was murdered? Yes. Did you see him? Before he was killed? I don't like to gossip, she whispers. I don't think we should get involved in other people's business. Besides, if I say something, how can they promise me that they won't come after me later, you know? Best to keep things to myself. Who will come after you, I ask. The criminals? Or their friends? Okay, but have you seen the victim before? I repeat. Yes, she nods. When? You won't tell this to the police, right? Not a word. Unless it would free my sister, of course. The guy they're showing on TV. The victim. Yes. And another man were here yesterday, before everything went haywire. What were they doing? Were they arguing? Could you tell? My excitement grows. What if she saw something important? They didn't appear to be arguing. I don't know what they were doing. When I looked again, they were gone. The next thing I knew, I saw you with that vampire family. Then the sheriff came. Did the vampires kill him? You have to be careful with them, you know. No, the vampires didn't kill him. He was dead when we arrived. Oh, I see. Do you think they'll buy the house? Pretty sure the dead body killed that deal. I wince at my unintentional pun. I suppose it would. She tisks. What did the other man look like? I press. He had medium brown hair, and he was about medium size. It was hard to get a good look. I didn't want them to catch me watching them. They might kill me next. I wouldn't worry about that. I'm sure you're perfectly safe, I assure her. I bet the young man who was killed thought that too, she exclaims. She has a point there. At least now I know we should be looking for a medium-sized man with medium brown hair. Not a lot to go on, but better than nothing. I don't mean to be rude, Mrs. Kennett, but I must be going. Of course, dear. Next time you're here, do stop by, though. I'll play you a song on my ukulele. Your ukulele? I play all the time for guests. Everyone tells me it's delightful. Just as Mrs. Kennett and I finally move toward the door, a sheriff's deputy drives past the house slowly, like he's checking things out. If he comes back, we're in so much trouble. You know what? We should go through the backyard, I suggest. The backyard? Yes. But why? Because the sheriff's department just drove by, so unless you want to repeat your story to them, we have to get out of here. Let's go, she says. Chapter 13. After I'm safely back in my car, I'm surprised by a text from Harvey. Anne's bail was posted. You can pick her up now! Thank goodness. I can scarcely believe that my sister spent the night behind bars, accused of murdering her former fiancé. How is this even happening? The thought of it sends shivers down my spine. Now, we find ourselves reunited in the sterile, impersonal space of the prison processing desk. The air thick with unspoken tension as we await the return of her personal belongings. I assume you locked up my shop so no one could steal anything, Anne says. Of course. I can't wait to get a hot shower. Did you thank Zach for me? I did. Does this mean I have to be nice to him from now on? She asks, wincing at the thought. It couldn't hurt. He'll get his money back. It's not like I plan to take off or anything. I know who our so-called eyewitness is, I boast. Who? They're lying because I swear I've never set foot in the Baker house, which means there's no way anyone saw me there. Am I being set me up? They aren't lying, only mistaken. It was a ghost from next door. He saw me hurrying away from the house when I had to rush off to get Jake's uniform. Did you tell Harvey? I texted him. I also talked to the neighbor across the street, Mrs. Kennetts. You've had a busy morning. At this rate, you'll solve it in no time. Unfortunately, I don't think I've found out anything that's very useful. At least, not officially. She said she saw Barney and another man there right before he was killed. That must be who killed him. Did she tell the police? Who did she see him with? She claims she doesn't like to get involved. She's worried they'll come after her. Who's they? I don't know. I'm confused. Anne scratches her head. I know, bear with me. She said the other man had medium brown hair and a medium build. So, she just described half the guys in Melioras. It's all I've got so far. Do you know anyone else who hated Barney? You mentioned that guy from his office. Does that fit Colin's description? It does, she insists. We should see Colin right now. Do you think he's in the office? Can I take a shower first? I feel like I've been trapped on an airplane for a week. Fine. Shower and see if you can think of anyone else who hated Barney. I'll go to Colin. There's no time to lose. After dropping Anne off at her house, 3 doors down from my own, I hightail it to Colin in Barney's office. Can I help you? The young blonde receptionist asks, tossing her hair over her shoulder. Is Colin in? He is. Do you have an appointment? No. I'm sorry, he only sees people by appointment. As soon as I say the words, I'm here about Barney's murder. Her eyes nearly bug out of her head. 1 moment, please. She holds a finger up. There's a woman here to see you, she says into the phone before giving me a skeptical look. Molly Fitzle, I tell her. Molly Fitzle. She says she's here about... She pauses like she can't bring herself to say it. Barney, she whispers his name. He'll be right up, she announces in a businesslike tone. Did she see my sister's golf club-induced tantrum? I won't ask. Thank you, I tell her, stepping away from the desk, wiping my sweaty palms on my pants. Detective work is more nerve-wracking than I realized. What will I ask this Colin guy? Hey, did you murder Barney? What if he says, I sure did? How great would that be? I don't think it works like that. It certainly doesn't on TV. If it did, there wouldn't be a show. Meanwhile, I'm so busy daydreaming about how mysteries on TV are solved that I don't even see Colin approach. Molly Fitzle? He asks, startling me from my reverie. Oh, yes. Hi, Colin. He fits the generic description. At least, medium build with medium brown hair. I'd probably turn around and walk out if he was 6 feet 4 inches and had long black hair. Stacy said you were here about Barney. Are you with the police? No. I just have some questions. Were you friends with Barney? While he pauses, I try reading him, but it's murky at best. I sense he's searching for an answer he thinks I most want to hear. Finally, he settles on what feels like the truth. We were friends once upon a time. Once upon a time? What happened? Let's say we had a falling out. Over a girl? I ask, not letting on how much I know. He chuckles while shifting his feet. No, it wasn't over a girl. I foolishly admitted something to him in a weak moment, and he used it against me when we were competing for a promotion. Did that make you angry? I wasn't happy, if that's what you're asking. On the surface, he's a facade of composure, so meticulously crafted that to anyone other than me, he's unflappable. But I'm reading that under his calm exterior, a tempest rages with ferocious intensity. It seethes and churns within him, an anger refusing to be quelled, a deep, consuming fury that's taken root in the core of his being. In other words, he's angry enough to kill. Did you want to kill him? Because I wouldn't blame you if you did. Perhaps the empathy card will get him to open up to me. If he could sense my emotions, he'd realize that I, too, was almost angry enough to kill Barney when we learned he was cheating on my sister. Emphasis on almost. No, I wasn't angry enough to kill him. He adjusts his tie, shifting his feet again. If you aren't with the cops, why are you here? Who are you? I'm here because a woman has been unjustly accused of his murder. Hey, wait a minute. Are you Anne's sister? I am. I raise my chin haughtily. No sense hiding it now. Then I don't need to answer any of your questions. Can you at least tell me where you were when Barney was killed? I was at the Shady Pines nursing home visiting my pop-pop. Not that I owe you any explanation. I mean, your sister is crazy after all. My sister isn't crazy. How can you say that? Barney got her a set of premier golf clubs. Those things were top of the line. But what did she do with them? Did she thank him for such a generous gift? No. She dumped them on the floor. She could have damaged them. We all saw it. Then she vandalized his car and threatened to kill him. You must know this already. I know my sister isn't the only one who threatened to kill him. I stare him down, practically daring him to confess. He falters, his facade crumbling. If you're looking for Barney's enemies, you should talk to the intern he was messing around with. Irene. She comes in every afternoon at 2. Chapter 14. I head back to Anne's house, my mind awhirl with the conversation I had with Colin. He could have killed Barney, and he's my number one suspect at this point. Okay, he's my only suspect, but he hated Barney. Now how do I prove he killed him? He wanted those golf clubs, more than Anne did anyway. He may have picked them up after she left, so he has motive and means. Feeling better? I ask my sister, when she gets in the car smelling of soap and shampoo. Much. Did you talk to Colin? I thought of another suspect, by the way. I talked to Colin. He claimed he was visiting his pop-pop at the nursing home when Barney was killed. Yikes. Would someone be evil enough to lie about visiting their grandpa in the nursing home when they were out killing someone? That's kind of the lowest of low, isn't it? I would say the lowest of low would be the actual killing part, but I get where you're going with this. If he's telling the truth, I'll feel bad. You don't lie about things like visiting Grandpa. That's bad juju. Did you get a reading from him? She asks. Nothing specific, but I sensed his anger toward Barney, and it's extreme. Extreme enough to kill? Yes. He also insists the intern you told me about could have killed Barney. But you said the neighbor told you saw him there with a guy. What if he's accusing Irene because he's worried we're closing in on him? I had the same thought. But we should talk to anyone who had a beef with Barney and narrow it down from there. I mean, what if Irene was hiding in the house, and the guy Mrs. Kennett saw lured him in? You mentioned you know of another person who hated Barney? Some golf pro at the Melioras Country Club. I think his name is Tyler, Anne says. He's an elf. What did Barney do to him? Oh, you'll love this. Tyler had a thing for Irene. Irene's a popular gal. Don't even get me started. Anyway, he was madly in love with Irene, and Barney knew it. Barney couldn't help himself and stole Irene away for the thrill of the chase, I theorize. You got it, sister. Did he have access to your golf clubs? That part I don't know. Nestled amidst rolling hills and meticulously manicured lawns, the country club exudes an air of exclusive luxury. Towering columns flank its grand entrance, while expansive windows offer panoramic views of the lush golf course surrounding it like a brilliant green sea. The inside is just as opulent as the entrance. Rich, dark wood paneling, plush velvet seating, and sparkling chandeliers cast a warm, inviting glow. Members lounge throughout the dining area and bar, sipping on vintage cocktails while engaging in hushed conversations. The first thing we see when we enter the swanky country club is a large, colorful poster of a grinning elf. Picture Legolas with short brown hair and magnificent blue eyes. He's mesmerizing. A banner below the picture highlights his name along with a sales pitch to inquire at the front desk for lessons. The ladies at this club must eat it up. There it is, Tyler Cross. I point at the poster. Oh yeah, that's him. Anne nods knowingly. Look, medium brown hair. Are his eyes truly that blue in person? They're almost turquoise. I swear they could hypnotize me through the poster. Anne mumbles as she stares at it dumbfounded. Good afternoon, ladies. Can I help you with something? Care for a lesson? Anne gapes at the extraordinary creature standing before us. Or is that me who's gaping? How could Irene pick Barney over this guy? We'd like to talk to you about Barney Mullins. I hope you're here to tell me he's dead, he responds with an eerily calm expression. Yet, upon seeing our shocked reaction to that statement, he pales. I was kidding. Okay, mostly. You aren't seriously here to tell me he's dead, are you? You haven't heard. I thought by now everyone would know. You are serious. What happened? He asks. He was murdered yesterday. Sakes alive, Menuval, he curses. Could you tell us where you were yesterday around 9 a.m.? You don't seriously think I could have killed him, do you? I was joking when I said I hoped he was dead. I'd never kill anyone. I'm an elf, after all. We're peaceful creatures. He wiggles his pointy ears for emphasis. We all but made up when he ordered those sweet customized clubs through me for his fiancé. I got a fat commission check from that. Although I've heard she's now his ex-fiancé, so if I were you, I'd check her out. He trails off, his previously cheerful expression fading when Anne's cheeks color. Wait, are you Anne Simon? He asks as she nods nervously. Sorry about that. I tend to talk like that when I'm nervous. You still haven't told us where you were yesterday at around 9 o'clock. I point out. What? Oh, yeah. He reluctantly pulls his gaze away from my sister. Hang on a second. Is he flirting with her? At this time? When he catches me glaring at him, he at least has the decency to look embarrassed. I was giving a private lesson to Mrs. Robbins on the back nine. The 16th hole, to be exact. We were out there all morning. He holds his hand on the side of his mouth to whisper, She really needs the lessons. I'm having trouble reading him, possibly because he's an elf, but I'm sure he's lying about something, which means we need to confirm his alibi with Mrs. Robbins as soon as possible. If Tyler is our killer, he won't get away with it. Chapter 15. After an unsuccessful search for Mrs. Robbins, the staff told us they haven't seen her all day. We discover it's 2:05 p.m., so we decide to head back to Barney's office to question Irene. Hi again, I greet Stacy, the receptionist. They told me that Irene comes in at 2? She glares at us. I was told if you showed up again, I'm supposed to call the authorities, she snarls, snatching the phone from the console on her desk and rapidly punching in 911. But before she can tell the authorities were there, Anne reaches over the counter, pressing the disconnect button. Stacy drops the phone, shoving herself away from the desk, her hands raised in surrender. Notice how her chair wheels don't squeak. I swear, Anne hisses, leaning over the desk so Stacy can hear her. I didn't kill Barney, and I'm not here to hurt you. I'm desperate. Someone who had access to the golf clubs Barney gave me, and someone who hated him more than me killed him. I have to find out who before I go to jail for life for something I didn't do. Have I mentioned my sister has a temper? Shouldn't you let the sheriff figure that out? Stacy asks. The sheriff is convinced I did it. You know he's Barney's cousin. You must know he was no fan of mine, so they aren't investigating this like they should. But he doesn't know Barney like I did. I'm begging you to let me talk to Irene. I promise we aren't here to cause trouble. I only want to ask if she knows anything, if she could give us any clues. Fine, but don't tell anyone I let you in. I mean it, she insists, jabbing a finger in our direction. I'm not losing my job over your problem. My lips are sealed. Anne motions across her mouth. She just went into the break room. She always makes a cup of chamomile tea when she gets here. Thank you, I exclaim, as Anne strides purposefully down the hallway, with me scrambling to keep up with her. Good thing she knows where the break room is. When we get there, we find a young, pretty witch with long, dark hair and expressive green eyes. I sense she's a spell witch, but I can't tell how powerful she is. When she sees Anne, she nearly drops the mug she's holding, and I'm a little worried Irene might curse us. You, she snarls. Yes, me, Anne snarls back. Her eyes dart to the doorway, searching for a quick exit, but unfortunately for her, I'm still standing in the middle of it. I thought you were in jail, she says, shifting her weight from foot to foot. I was. Now I'm out, my sister says, moving toward her. Aside from my sister's unfortunate outbursts where Barney is concerned, I swear she isn't violent. Even if she does have a temper, she's one of the most patient and gentle people I know. There were days when Jake was a toddler and worked my last nerve so badly I wanted to tear my hair out. But Anne was always good with him. I think Barney found a way to push every button she had. They shouldn't have gotten engaged in the first place. Or even dated, if I'm being perfectly honest. Irene continues, eyeing us nervously. What do you want? I'm here about my fiancé. Don't you mean your ex-fiance? She grins cruelly. How soon after I broke up with him did he propose to you? Anne asks. Irene's grip tightens on the teacup. If she isn't careful, that thing will shatter into a million pieces. I'm not getting anything from her but fear. But one doesn't have to be a psychic to get that. She's genuinely afraid of my sister. Maybe she thinks Anne really killed him. Oh, wait, he didn't propose to you, did he? Anne presses. I heard you broke up. When Irene slams the teacup onto the counter, droplets of hot liquid splash onto her hand. She then murmurs an incantation to soothe the slight burn. They aren't about to fight, are they? Should I throw myself between them? I put myself between a pair of fighting cats when I was a kid, which resulted in a trip to the ER for stitches and a tetanus shot. I still say it was worth it. At least the cats were okay. Admit it. Anne moves closer. You were mad when he didn't propose to you after I left him. You were the one who talked him into giving me those ridiculous golf clubs for my birthday, when I never showed even the slightest smidgen of interest in golf. You knew that I'd know you picked them out. Irene edges away from Anne, but when she bumps against the water cooler, she gulps loudly. I almost feel sorry for her. She's clearly an impressionable young girl. I'm sure Barney seemed so grown up and cool. He had a great job, a nice house, and a fancy car. She probably loved the attention. She bought into the lies he told her. When my sister broke up with him, I bet she thought that was her chance. But then he treated her poorly as well. It was a matter of time, she stutters. He would have come around. He was never going to marry you. Don't you get that? Anne points out, softening her stance a bit. Now you sound like my brother Gary. You didn't know Barney like I did, she shouts. None of you did? Then it happens. I get a vision. But it's not what I expected. What happened to the golf clubs? I ask. She threw them, she exclaims, pointing her finger at Anne. We know that. You've both made mistakes here. Do you get that you have that in common? We just want to know what happened afterward. Who took the clubs? I ask her. How should I know? Where were you when Barney was killed? What were you doing at 9 a.m. yesterday? Anne barks at her. Not that it's any of your business, but I was in class. What's going on here? A voice booms so loudly we all jump. They're threatening me, Irene exclaims, dashing behind the sheriff for safety. Is this true? You were threatening her? The sheriff plants his hands on his waist, glowering at us. We did nothing of the sort, I explain. We only want to know where she was when Barney was killed. If she thinks we were threatening her, it's because she has a guilty conscience. Anne adds. I don't have a guilty conscience about anything. Barney and I were in love. She killed him because of it. Then why didn't he propose to you? Anne asks. All right, ladies, that's enough, Sheriff Blake bellows. I'm dismayed by the small crowd gathering in the doorway, who heard the commotion and came to check out the excitement. I'm here because we recently received a hang-up call to 911 from this office, Sheriff Blake says. Oops. Stacy tells me you were here before causing trouble. And you, he points at Anne, are out on bail. If I take you in for disturbing the peace and trespassing, they'll revoke it. Oh dear, if we lose Zach's bond money, Barney won't be the only dead body in town this week. We were just leaving, I insist, grabbing my sister's arm. When she opens her mouth to protest, I press my finger against her lips. We're done here. I glare at her. I'm not going to jail. Not today. Not ever. Pushing Anne out through the crowd is a challenge. Excuse me, pardon me, I plead. Why won't these people move? Please let us through, I beg. How humiliating. Chapter 16. Anne stops to catch her breath when we finally reach the sidewalk. Why did you rush us out of there so fast? I had more questions. You just wanted to yell at her some more? Do you want to go back to the can? Good point. What's next? She asks. We have to check out Irene's brother, Gary. Irene's brother? Why on earth would we? She stops short when she sees my expression. You had a vision. I nod. When Irene said, "You sound like my brother," I saw a pair of handcuffs. What does that mean? Oh my gosh. Does it mean that he killed Barney and you see him getting arrested for it? Anne exclaims, hopping up and down with glee. You know it doesn't work exactly like that, I remind her, placing my hands on her shoulders to stop her from jumping. I sensed it was in the past. It's worth checking into regardless. So how do we do that? Just walk up to the brother and ask him if he's ever been arrested. No, silly, those records are online. I don't want that kind of search showing up on my phone, though, she insists. Paranoid much? Possibly, yet I don't think it will hurt to be extra cautious right now. Then let's try the library, I suggest. The library? They have internet? I think so. All those people staring at computers are looking at something. The library is small, but it will get the job done. There's a librarian keeping watch over the computers. She's a tiny fairy with a harsh look about her. She glares at us when we walk in, as if she anticipates trouble. If only she knew. How does this work? Anne asks a little too loudly. Shush, a vampire says with his fingers to his lips. Remember, you're in a library, the fairy scolds us. I hold up my hands in innocence, then place a finger against my lips. We get it. Soft whispers only. After several minutes of searching, we find the portal where they keep the public police records. Anne repeatedly glances behind us, as if someone will sneak up and figure out what we're doing. Unfortunately, this only makes the librarian more suspicious of us. When we enter Gary's name and his arrest record pops up, we gasp loudly. Right in front of our eyes is official proof. Shortly before his murder, Barney took out a restraining order against Gary. This proves it, Anne announces in a stage whisper, which still isn't quite enough for some library patrons who glare at us. Don't get us kicked out of another place today. I hiss at her. Digging deeper, we learn the arrest was only a month ago. Barney and Gary got into a fight at the bar where Gary works. There aren't many details other than the arrest. The following day, Barney filed for a restraining order. Anne taps her finger loudly against the monitor, once again earning us unwanted attention from the librarian. According to his mugshot, Gary is of medium build and has medium brown hair. This guy literally came to blows with Barney. Ladies, the librarian chastises us. This is my last warning. We should print this out. How do we do that? Anne asks me. I'm not sure. Ask the librarian. You ask the librarian. She scares me. You're the one who got arrested, I point out. That's rude, she exclaims. But true. Excuse me, the librarian exclaims, pointing at the door. We need to print out a few pages, and then I promise we're leaving, I assure her. We head immediately to the Parting Pony Bar, despite my insistence it won't be open in the middle of the afternoon. Anne assures me it will. Where else do the unemployed, sad people go? I'm surprised my sister is right. The bar is open. After leaving the bright afternoon sun, we have to squint our eyes to adjust to the dim light. There's a handful of people here, most tucked into dark corners, nursing a drink, avoiding the sunlight peeking in through the slats of the window shades. It smells like stale beer and pretzels with an undercurrent of loneliness and depression. I know, so cliché. It is a bar after all. Gary is entertaining the lone man at the counter with his perfect imitation of Bert and Ernie from Sesame Street. How does he do that? Anne marvels. He's a mutatio demon. They're known for their chameleon-like abilities. The older, more gifted ones can change their outward appearance. Most just imitate voices or physical characteristics. Can they do magic? No, but they're incredibly strong and agile. Strong enough to kill someone with a golf club? Definitely. What can I get for you, ladies? Gary asks when we slide onto stools at the bar. He's medium build with medium brown hair, precisely like his mugshot. What do you have on tap? I ask. I have a golden wheat beer I just tapped, he says. Bourbon. Neat, my sister requests. What? She shrugs when my head snaps around in her direction. You're driving. It's been a long week, I explain to Gary. While he prepares our order, Anne pulls a small bowl of pretzels toward us. What brings you in today? Gary asks. You're not part of the usual crowd. We came to see you, my sister says before I can make up a good story. Me? Yeah, are you Irene's brother? Who wants to know? I was engaged to Barney. Ah, you're the fiance, he says, nodding. She nods. Former fiance, to be exact. You aren't here to cause trouble, are you? I'm sorry my sister did what she did. I warned her over and over to stay away from that loser. I told her he'd never leave you. Then I left him, and now he's dead. Is it true? Did you kill him? He asks. Why are they discussing this so matter-of-factly? I didn't, she answers, tossing another pretzel in her mouth. I wouldn't blame you if you did. I admit it certainly crossed my mind, he admits. We know he filed a restraining order against you, I tell him. What happened? We got into a shoving match, he says, pinching his lips in disgust. And I swung at him, but that was all it amounted to. I didn't even break anything. But the deputies hauled me down to jail because, of course, Barney's related to the sheriff. My boss was furious. But I didn't even have to spend the night in jail, and yet a process server showed up the next day with a temporary restraining order. I almost lost my job because of that jerk. He isn't lying. But like everyone else we've talked to about Barney, the anger roils inside him. And like Colin, I think it's enough to kill. Barney sure had that effect on people. That guy was a piece of work, seduces my young sister with empty promises, then comes here, picks a fight, and takes me to court over nothing. I'm serious when I say I wouldn't blame you if you did kill him. I'll never know what you or my sister saw in him. There are days when I wonder that myself, Anne responds. And, not for nothing, he brought out the worst in me too. He pours her another shot of bourbon. On the house! Anne raises her glass to him, while I glare at her. That's all I need is a drunk sister to escort around. Where were you when Barney was killed? I ask. Are you saying you think I killed him? We're trying to rule out all the people who hated him, that's all. I was an hour away in Tenebris Village at the Swift auction house, picking up some expensive scotch my boss won in an auction. You can ask him if you want. Oh? Anne taps frantically on my arm. What now? I ask, following her finger to the window. I can barely make out a black and white car between the slats of the window shade. It's Sheriff Blake. Chapter 17. Thank you for your hospitality, but we have to go, I insist. Don't you want to talk to my boss? He asks. Some other time. Is there a back door we could use? You can go out that way, I guess. He hesitates before pointing to a door marked Employees Only. Thanks, we exclaim in unison, hurrying away before the sheriff catches us again. Phew, that was a close one. Anne breathes a sigh of relief, her hand clutched against her chest. This sneaking out the back door habit is getting old fast. You know Gary will tell him we were there, Anne points out, while we lean against the alley wall to catch our breath. The rough brick wall digs into my back. I wrinkle my nose against the smell of trash and spilled liquor. I know, we'll have to deal with that later, but if we don't leave now, we'll be late picking up Jake from school, and I do not need to hear from Zach again about how I'm being a negligent parent. Hey, Aunt Anne, how was your night in the clink? Jake asks, sliding into the back seat of the car. It sucked. Never get arrested, stay in school, don't do drugs, blah, blah, blah. I'll keep that in mind, he laughs. How was school? I ask, glancing at him in the rearview mirror. It was okay. Some of the kids were messing with me about having an aunt who's a murderer. What? I exclaim. The kids are picking on you? Not all of them, just the usual ones who are jerks to everybody. He shrugs. I'm talking to the principal right now, I insist, car tires squealing as I execute a sharp U-turn in the middle of the street, returning to the school pickup zone. When a driver honks angrily at my about face, I wave my hand dismissively, although it was definitely my fault that time. Don't you dare, Jake protests. If they find out my mommy ratted them out, they'll never back off. I got it handled. School is kind of like the prison yard, right, Aunt Anne? I was only in there for a night. Whatever. Did anyone try to shank you? He asks, leaning forward in anticipation of a juicy story. No, no one tried to shank me. You? Nah, not yet. Kids don't really get shanked at his school, do they? She asks me. No, but apparently I don't supervise his TV time enough. So what did you guys do all day? Jake asks. After we got your aunt out of the slammer, we looked into some suspects, I tell him. Cool. You coming over for dinner, Aunt Anne? I don't know. What are you having? Tacos. Oh, I'm definitely coming to dinner, she says, as they bump fists through the seats. Dinner is at 5 o'clock sharp. Don't be late, he scolds her when we drop her off in front of her house. You got it! She shakes her head, laughing. You think she'll be on time? I ask him as soon as she closes the door. Not a chance, he laughs. Hi, Buster, Jake exclaims happily, dumping his things in the doorway, which I nearly trip over. Jake, my boy! I'm so happy to see you. You've been gone forever, Buster thought. What did you do today? He asks, wrapping his arms around his dog in a big hug. I took 11 naps, ate some kibble, drank water. Oh, you'll love this. I yelled at 3 squirrels to get off my lawn. Buster continued to think. Come on, boy, let's go outside and throw the ball. Woohoo! Best day ever. Jake, pick up your... I call out to his retreating back. Why do I even bother? Back in my day, my mother would have taken a switch to my backside for that kind of disrespect. Oliver tells me. You don't say? I respond absent-mindedly. Assuming you get your real estate license back, he'll have to start minding. He needs to pull his weight around here. He's 10, I remind him. What do you think he should do? Quit school and get a job. He could start by picking up after himself. How hard is it to require him to put his things away before he goes out to play? I know, I respond, blowing my bangs from my eyes in exasperation while I put Jake's school things away. I plan to talk to him once I get this mess with Anne straightened out. Wait a second. How did you know they suspended my license? The ghost community talks. Does the ghost community know who killed Barney? That part I don't know, but I can tell you it doesn't look good for Anne. Sheriff Blake is on the warpath. A ghost in the sheriff's department told me he overheard him telling a deputy that he would make Anne pay if it was the last thing he did. I knew it. I knew this was personal. If you hear anything else, let me know, okay? So now you're telling me I'm useful, he asks. Don't get carried away. You're here early. I greet my sister at the door in shock. Check this out, she insists, pushing into the house without so much as a hello. I put together a list of suspects and what we've learned so far, she says proudly, brandishing her iPad. Wow, so organized. Hey, Dad, Jake tells his dad, who arrives about 3 seconds after Anne. She looks at me questioningly, so I shrug. Jake invited him too. I mouth at her. Hey there, kiddo, how's it going? Zach asks. Aunt Anne spent a night in the can. So I heard, Zach says. Come to check on your money? Anne asks. Something like that. Thank you for the bail money, Anne says reluctantly. This is painful for her. You're welcome, Zach nods. Painful for both of them. I want you to know, I take Zach aside in the kitchen when Jake returns to his video game. Jake mentioned some kids at school were hassling him about Anne getting arrested. Did you go to the principal? I tried, but he insisted it would cause more problems than it would solve. He's 10 years old. What does he know? I don't like this one bit. Maybe he should stay with me until this is all over. No, I respond sharply. He's fine where he is. If the kids at school cause too much trouble, we'll deal with it. Besides, I plan to solve this sooner rather than later. Oops. Why did I admit that? What do you mean, solve this? You're a real estate agent, not a private investigator. When he sees the expression on my and Anne's faces, he gets mad. Oh no. What are you two up to now? Don't you have a new job to concentrate on? He points at me. Drat. Why did I open this can of worms? The real estate board suspended my license. You've only had it for a day, he exclaims. Yeah, tell me about it. And you think you can figure out who killed Barney on your own? Kind of, I tell him, wiggling my hand. This is dangerous. You need to leave this to the sheriff. The sheriff has a personal vendetta against Anne. Oliver even confirmed it this afternoon. Remember, Barney was his cousin, I point out defensively. So that's what you did all day? Investigate Barney's murder? Anne and I nod. I'm sure I'll regret asking this, but did you learn anything useful? He asks. Oh, oh, can I show him what I've put together? Anne begs. The cat's already out of the bag, so you might as well. Anne shows him what she's done so far, and I have to admit it's quite impressive. She has photos of Colin, Irene, Tyler, and Gary. Each photo has a column of notes next to it. Why does that one look like a mugshot? Zach asks. Because it is, we respond in stereo. Great. When we were talking to his sister. Who's his sister? Zach interrupts. The tramp Barney cheated on me with. Did you know this Gary guy had a record before you talked to him? Zach demands. Of course. When Irene told us that we sounded like her brother, Molly had a vision of handcuffs. How does Anne not see me signaling at her to shut up? So we went to the library. Oh, but not before the sheriff threw us out of Barney's office. We looked up the arrest records and saw that he was arrested for fighting with Barney, who then filed a restraining order against him. Anne falters when she sees the look of disdain on Zach's face and finally notices I'm trying to get her to stop talking. I think dinner is almost ready, I announce. Sheriff Blake is here, Oliver the poltergeist announces. Are you serious? I exclaim. Is he following us or what? Anne asks. Buster's bark booms loudly once the doorbell rings. Someone is at the door, you guys. Hurry! Sheriff! I nod, reluctantly opening the door. May I come in? He asks, his voice gruff with resentment. Of course. I open the door wide, watching as he ducks to clear the doorway. Good, you're all here, he says, scanning the room with a bitter look. Buster approaches him like he does all company, gently sniffing him. However, when he realizes who it is, he lets out a bizarre squeaking noise before taking off up the stairs. There's a werewolf in the house. Run for your lives. I hope you're here to tell us you caught Barney's killer, I tell him. I've come to ask why I'm hearing reports that you're running around town, asking people where they were when Barney was killed. What are you doing to find the real killer? I ask with more bravado than I feel. If you ask me, you should be out there searching for the rest of the golf clubs. I didn't ask you, he growls. We have every right to clear my name, Anne tells him defiantly. You don't have every right to interfere in my investigation, especially when you're still my primary suspect. This is my last warning. Stay out of my way or else. Or else what? Anne says. Or else I'll make sure they revoke your bail, he says, staring icily at Zach. And you'll be held until trial, he finishes with a glance at Anne. Chapter 18. With my real estate career temporarily on hold, I agree to help Anne in her crystal and potions shop. I was worried as a murder suspect people would boycott her shop, but I didn't tell her that. Turns out the most popular crystal and potion shop in town still does plenty of business, even when the owner is out on bond. We're scrambling to keep up with the customers when Zach calls. Hey, what's up? I answer, knowing it shouldn't be a Jake emergency because the school would call me first, but it still makes me nervous. You won't believe this, but I just saw that Gary guy leaving the Mystic Finds Bazaar pawn shop here. What do you mean here? Where are you? I'm in my office in Aletra Porta. I was getting a bagel at the bakery when I saw him. He was acting super sketchy, so I went in, after he drove away to see what he was up to. Did they tell you? Yes. He pawned a Rolex watch. A Rolex? What was Gary doing with a Rolex? Beats me, but it seems off. The owner swore he checked it against the stolen goods database, but it didn't come up. You're sure it was Gary? It matches the mugshot I saw on Anne's iPad. I'm still not convinced this is suspicious, I admit. Ask Anne if Barney had a Rolex, he says impatiently. Okay, fine. Hey, Anne, Did Barney have a Rolex? Oh, yeah. He loved that watch more than anything. It was the first big purchase he ever made. Uh, Zach says Gary pawned a Rolex in a lettera porta. Barney's watch? What if he killed him, then took it? My heart races, thinking about how this may be proof Gary killed Barney. You'd know Barney's watch if you saw it, wouldn't you? Yes. He had it inscribed to himself, from himself, if you can believe it. Yes, I can. Should we call the sheriff first? She asks. No, first let's confirm it's Barney's. Then we'll call the sheriff. If we send him out on a wild goose chase, he'll lock us up and throw away the key out of spite. Then what are we waiting for? We should handle these customers first, I suggest, pointing to several customers who are in line, waiting to pay. The way Anne pauses, staring at the customers, I'm worried she's about to announce they all need to get out, because she has better things to do. Thankfully, she only nods in acknowledgement and heads back to the cash register. It takes longer than I anticipated to finish with the remaining customers, and by the time we arrive at the pawn shop in Alettera, Porta Village, I feel like I chugged a pot of coffee and have caffeine jitters. This could be our big break. Okay, be cool, Anne tells me right before we enter the store. Me? You're the one who loses her temper and throws golf clubs at people. I told you, it was more like drop the golf clubs, only in a big and dramatic way. Whatever, be cool yourself. A weathered sign hangs above the door of the Mystic Finds Bazaar pawn shop, creaking gently in the breeze. Inside, it's a mixture of dust, metal, and a faint scent of aged wood. All around us is a labyrinth of shelves and display cases, each crammed with an astonishing variety of items. The walls are adorned with vintage guitars, ornate clocks, and an array of firearms and bladed weapons, each piece with its own shadowy history. Excuse me, I say to the tall, thin man behind the counter, who's carefully examining a sparkling engagement ring. I guess that partnership didn't go as planned. I wonder what Anne did with her pricey ring. Barney probably insisted she return it. I'm told you bought a Rolex watch from someone this morning? Yeah, he grunts. What of it? He asks as he pauses to peer at me through his magnifying glasses. You're the second person to ask me about it. Could we see it? I ask, my voice heavy with hope. Nope. Why not? I just sold it to a collector. You interested in a Rolex? Or did you lose one? 'Cause if you did, I checked it against the database, and it ain't been reported. Can you tell us who you sold it to? You the cops? Nope. I sell a lot of high-end stuff to the collector, who sells them overseas. Do you have his contact information? Why must this guy be so frustrating? No. How do you normally get in touch with him? Anne asks. I don't. He stops by sometimes to see what I got. I don't ask no questions. You sure you ain't the cops? We're sure. Is this the guy who sold you the watch? I ask, showing him a picture of Gary on my phone. Yep, that's him. Seriously, what's the deal with this watch? I gotta say, you're making me nervous. We think he took it off a murder victim, Anne blurts out. And we're done here, he says, throwing his hands in the air. I ain't got nothing to do with none of that. Could you at least do me a favor? I beg. Do I look like I'm in the mood to do favors? If he tries to pawn anything else, can you call me before you do anything with it? I continue to beg, handing him my card. What else does he got to sell? I'm not sure. Maybe some golf clubs. Says here you're a real estate agent. I am. I am. Well, is you or ain't you? She's on temporary leave, Anne says. I don't know. I'll think about it. But don't get your hopes up. He ain't one of my regulars, so I don't expect to see him again. If you want golf clubs, I got plenty, he insists, pointing to the corner. It's a very specific set of clubs, I explain. Like a special brand or what? You sure talk in circles. They're inscribed with my name, Anne says. Anne Simon. He stole your golf clubs? No, it's just that. Never mind, it's a long story. Could you call us if he comes in here again? I'm telling you, I don't want no trouble here. We're not trying to cause trouble, sir, I promise you. The begrudging exhalation that follows tells me he's about out of patience. If you ladies ain't buying nothin', I have paying customers I gotta help, he insists, nodding toward the eager couple at the end of the counter. We're sorry to have bothered you. Thank you for your time, I tell him, steering Anne out the door when she opens her mouth to protest. At least we get to leave by the front door this time. Chapter 19. I know you won't like this, but we need to tell Sheriff Blake what we've learned, I tell Anne. I agree. Really? Really? How else could Gary get Barney's watch unless he killed him? She points out. I know the sheriff doesn't like me, but even he'll have to see the logic in this. In fact, I'm so convinced we've found the killer, I'll even drive us there. The sheriff's department is the same as the last time I was here. A traditional red brick building surrounded by neatly manicured shrubs and lawn with their official insignia, proudly displayed above the entrance. The lobby is sparse and functional, with linoleum floors and plastic chairs bolted to the ground. I didn't notice that last time I was here. Is that so angry visitors can't pick them up and use them as weapons? I shudder at the thought. It must be my lucky day. You're here to confess? Sheriff Blake says, after we persuade the desk sergeant we have important news and must see the sheriff immediately. His office is spacious, dominated by a large dark oak desk with files and reports scattered about. A computer monitor sits at one end, with a phone and radio scanner next to it. A built-in bookshelf takes up an entire wall filled with law enforcement manuals and legal tomes, along with a scattering of history books and biographies. There's also various awards and recognitions on display, which I'd love to get a closer look at. But we are here on official business after all. No, but we have information we know you'll want. Do tell. And how did you come up with this so-called information? He asks, planting his elbows on his desk while staring at us intensely. I take a deep breath and close my eyes. The flashback to his warning from last night sending a chill down my spine. Gary killed Barney, Anne announces before I can formulate a good story. You know this how? He asks, still skeptical. Well, Anne responds nervously. We found out that Gary sold Barney's Rolex watch to a pawn shop in Alaterra Porta Village this morning. Again, how do you know this? He asks. Uh-oh. He's getting impatient, but we can't exactly tell him everything. If we get Zach involved, he'll be furious. We saw him, I offer. You saw him sell this watch that supposedly belonged to Barney? No, we saw him leaving the Mystic Finds Bazaar pawn shop. Then how do you know he sold Barney's Rolex? We asked the guy who owns the place, Anne says. When he sits up straight, like he's genuinely interested in what we're saying, I congratulate myself for suggesting we do this. Anne's exoneration could be moments away. He showed you Barney's Rolex? No, we didn't exactly see it, I mumble. Why not? He already sold it to someone else by the time we got there, Anne responds, jumping when I kick her foot under the chair. She's a horrible liar. Now I'm confused, Sheriff Blake says, when he obviously isn't. He knows he caught us in a lie. You saw him leave the shop, but, he emphasizes using air quotes, by the time you went inside, he'd already sold it. A watch you insist is Barney's, yet you never saw it in the store. The watch has to belong to Barney, but without solid proof, we're no better off than when we started this morning, at least not where the sheriff is concerned. Correct me if I'm wrong, he says menacingly, but wasn't it just last night that I warned you to stay out of my investigation? Gulp. Now I can revoke your bail. He jabs an accusatory finger at Anne. And I can book you as well, he growls, pointing at me. Or you can get out of my sight and let me do my job. Which would you prefer? We were just leaving, I assure him, pulling Anne to her feet before she says anything else. Now that I think about it, I bet Harvey the lawyer wouldn't be happy to learn we'd come here without telling him first. Why does this keep happening to us? My sister whines, as I quickly usher her down the hallway and out through the lobby. I don't know, but since Sheriff Blake refuses to take this seriously, we'll have to confront Gary ourselves. Are you sure that's safe? What other choice do we have? I remind her. All right, partying pony, here we come. I wonder if I can get another free shot. You better hope he doesn't actually shoot at us this time. Way to reassure me, sis. Hey, ladies, back again. We have a question for you, Anne says. Okay, right to the point. I appreciate that. He responds charmingly. Did you sell Barney's Rolex to the Mystic Finds Bazaar pawn shop? In a flash, charming Gary isn't so charming. He tilts his head at us, like he's pondering how he should respond. When he slams his hands on the bar top, glaring at us, we take a step back. I know my rights. I don't have to tell you anything. You're working for the cops, aren't you? Of course we aren't. But unless you have a good explanation about Barney's watch, we'll report you to the authorities, I threaten. I consider telling Anne to run when he stares us down. What if he leaps over the bar to come after us? Maybe this wasn't such a great idea after all. All right, I admit it, he shouts, throwing his hands in the air, his face sagging in defeat. Is it me, or is he about to confess? My stupid sister took his watch. Irene took the watch? I respond in shock. After you killed him, Anne shouts, her face glowing triumphantly. What? Killed him? No, of course not, he insists. But you admitted she took his watch, I point out. She took his watch weeks ago, to teach him a lesson, she said. Snuck into his house while he was at work because she still had a key. She claimed he loved that watch more than her. Anne nods knowingly. She wanted him to call her and ask if she had it. I don't know why. Maybe she was hoping they could meet up and she could convince him they belonged together. Who knows? People do stupid stuff for love, you know? Anne nods again. As preposterous as his story sounds, my reading tells me he isn't lying. What a disappointment. That still doesn't explain why you sold it to the pawn shop, I point out. It wasn't yours to sell. After we learned he'd been murdered, she realized how it would look if the authorities caught her with the watch, so she begged me to help her get rid of it before anyone found out about it. I told her to take it back to the house and leave it, but she insisted a nosy neighbor might see her and call the cops. Then she wanted to throw it in the lake, but I warned her that was even dumber than stealing it in the first place. Do you know what those things are worth? So you offered to sell it for her. You thought if you did it in a different village, no one would know you. Exactly. I know it was stupid, but family, you know. What are you going to do? I glance at Anne, who stares at the floor as if she's discovered a fascinating bug. I hear you, I tell him, shaking my head in disappointment. Did you get anything? Anne asks me after we leave. He isn't lying. Well, phooey. I was sure you were sensing a lie. I was so excited about catching the real killer. Nope. All I got was truth. So we're back to square one, or at least back to investigating the other suspects. I'm afraid so, I tell her. As we start to trudge back to Anne's car, utterly defeated, my mind awhirl with thoughts of who could have killed Barney, we hear arguing in the alley behind the bar. Anne grabs my arm to pull me back against the wall, her finger to her lips, silencing me. When we peek around the corner to see what all the commotion is about, I gasp softly. It's Gary and another man. But who is that guy, and why are they arguing? The auction house just called, the man says. They want to know when you're picking up the scotch that I won. I insisted you'd already made the trip, but they said it's still there. Sorry about that, boss. I got sidetracked and didn't make it. I want my scotch. I'm hosting a party this weekend, and if I don't have that to show off to my guests, my wife will pitch a fit. Anne and I stare at each other, unmoving and open-mouthed. Gary lied to us about where he was when Barney was killed. Chapter 20. I know this will sound crazy, I tell Anne after we hurry back to her car. I sure hope Gary didn't see us lurking near the alley. I know exactly what you're about to say, and I want no part of it, she protests. But what else can we do? Send an anonymous note? Like Sheriff Blake will believe that, I scoff. You think he'll believe you when you show up a second time, after he already threatened to arrest both of us just over an hour ago? I get all of that, but come on. We know Gary sold Barney's watch and lied about his alibi. I'm sure Sheriff Blake will listen to us now. I'm sorry, Molly, but I refuse to set foot in that place again. Not voluntarily, anyway. I'll drop you off if you want me to. But then I'm going home. I still think an anonymous note is the best way to go. I have a bad feeling about this. All right, fine. Give me a ride to the sheriff's department. You can thank me after they drop the charges against you. Hello, I'm here to see Sheriff Blake. I tell the desk sergeant for the second time this afternoon. Didn't he just throw you out of here? Well, I wouldn't exactly say he threw me out. Then what would you say? I have more evidence, I insist. About? About the murder of Barney Mullins. Ms. Fitzle? Is it me, or did the sheriff growl when he said that? I can only assume you're here because you want to go to jail? Give me 2 minutes of your time, please. I swear I have more information that's relevant to the case. Information that you got investigating the murder, when I've repeatedly told you to stop. Yes? I know, I'm on thin ice here. But if I can persuade him to at least consider the possibility, it will be worth it. If I get arrested, they have to let me make a phone call. I'll tell Zach to pick up Jake from school and feed Buster. Spending a night or two in jail will be worth it if I can somehow plant a seed of doubt in the sheriff's mind. I don't know why I'm even agreeing to this, but a night in jail may convince you to stop this nonsense. You've got 1 minute. Go! But I asked for 2 minutes, I foolishly point out. 45 seconds, he says, glancing at his watch. Okay. I quickly explain everything we've learned so far about Gary. He got arrested for fighting with Barney, who then took out a restraining order against him. If that's all you've got, you can save it. We already know that. It still doesn't point to murder. Then he sold Barney's watch to the Mystic Finds Bazaar pawn shop in Alla Terra Porta. You told me that already, and I reminded you that you have no actual proof of this. Deputy Thomas, please escort Ms. Fitzle to lockup. She's spending the night with us. Wait! I have one more thing, I plead after the deputy grabs my arm, preparing to lead me to a jail cell. This is scarier than I thought it was going to be. Gary lied to us about where he was when Barney was murdered. Assuming I'm taking any of this seriously, which I'm not, how did Gary get one of your sister's golf clubs? I don't know, I whisper. That's one part I still can't answer. If only she hadn't left the golf clubs on the floor of Barney's office. We don't know where they went after that. Sheriff Blake nods at Deputy Thomas, who starts to lead me away once again. I've truly blown it this time. Zach will be furious, and I've made Anne look guiltier than ever. Anne had the right idea. I should have gone home and sent an anonymous letter. Sheriff, there's a call on line 3 that you need to take, the desk sergeant tells him. Hold up a sec, he tells the deputy. This better be good, he says to the sergeant. It is. Sheriff Blake here, he says after picking up the phone at the front desk. What? Are you sure? He stares at me so intently, my stomach roils. I don't need to be clairvoyant to know this is about to go from bad to really, really bad. His expression says it all. Okay, thank you very much. A witness, he tells me, just saw Gary get run down by a car that matches your sister's car. He fell into a ravine and was seriously injured. So much for your Gary killed Barney theory. The floor tilts underneath me. I'm so horrified. When my knees buckle, Deputy Thomas pulls me up. Here's a piece of advice for you. Sheriff Blake moves in uncomfortably close. You better find your sister before I do. It would be best for everyone involved if she turns herself in. Her bail is revoked. Chapter 21. My sister is back in jail this morning, not only suspected of murdering Barney, but also for attempting to kill Gary. I still don't know what to think, but she didn't do either. Harvey tells me the witness who reported it said she saw Gary jogging when a light-colored car with heavily tinted windows purposely swerved at him. The witness is so upset she can't remember if the car was white, gray, or silver, and didn't get a license plate, but she thinks she remembers seeing the letter N on the car. Was it a bumper sticker? A logo? She doesn't know. The light-colored car description only applies to most of the cars in Melioras. The other day at the grocery store, Jake pointed out that nearly every vehicle in the parking lot was white, gray, or silver. And he was right. It's a common color, but that's useless to us at this point. Unfortunately, my sister also drives a silver sedan, which Sheriff Blake was happy to point out made her look guilty. The car didn't actually hit Gary. It was a narrow miss, but he fell into a ravine when he leaped from its path. If the witness hadn't seen it, who knows how long he would have been there. When I asked what this had to do with my sister supposedly killing Barney, Sheriff Blake insisted it's all too much of a coincidence not to be related. And even though Anne swears she was home when it happened, they don't believe her. The deputies who came to question her noticed her car engine was warm, so they took her into custody. She told them it's because she had just dropped me off at the sheriff's department, but they insist she only did that to cover her tracks. I can't stop recalling our lunch the other day when she was not only late but dirty and disheveled. Why didn't I press her on that when I had the chance? Why didn't I insist she tell me the truth? Everyone involved in this case has lied to me, and I can't make sense of any of it. How can it be that everyone is lying about something? Is my ability to read people on the fritz? Can my gift be that far off? I don't trust myself to know these things anymore. Why was I convinced I could persuade the sheriff to see it my way? What was I thinking? I wish I had someone to talk to. I could call Zach, but he's not happy with me right now. I know he doesn't believe Anne killed Barney, or even tried to run down Gary. But now he's out $10,000 after they revoked Anne's bail and in a terrible mood. I have to be missing something, but I don't know what. I comb through Anne's iPad to study the clues she put together, and when I scroll through the list of suspects, I'm reminded I still need to talk to Mrs. Robbins at the country club to confirm Tyler's alibi. I'm not optimistic, but what else do I have to lose? Excuse me, is Mrs. Robbins here by any chance? I asked the clerk at the country club desk. She's in the coffee bar. He points to a nearly empty lounge ahead. There's 2 men at the bar and 1 woman sitting at a table. Mrs. Robbins is precisely as I pictured her, a figure of elegance and poise. Her crisp, white tennis dress enhances her well-maintained, sun-kissed skin. Her attire is complemented by tasteful accessories, a delicate bracelet, and a carefully positioned sun visor. Her light blonde hair with salon-based highlights is styled to perfection, making me feel frumpy just looking at her. Even the way she holds her coffee cup, with her perfectly manicured fingers and perfectly understated yet elegant jewelry, makes me uncomfortable. Hi, excuse me, Mrs. Robbins? I finally approach her. Yes? Jumbled thoughts race through my head. What am I supposed to say now? She'll think I'm bonkers if I blurt out a question like, "Where were you at 9 a.m. on Tuesday?" Molly, I see you found Mrs. Robbins, Tyler says when he approaches us. Mrs. Robbins appears thoroughly confused. You must be here to confirm my alibi, he adds. Alibi? She asks. Yes. If it's not too much trouble, I need to ask where you were on Tuesday at 9 a.m., I admit. She looks up at Tyler in confusion, who nods. I was with him. I try not to let my disappointment show. She isn't lying, and I still can't read Tyler. Why do you ask? This will sound bizarre, but I'm searching for answers as to who could have killed Barney Mullins. They told me Tyler had personal issues with him, so I wanted to confirm where he was when Barney was killed. He couldn't have killed Barney. He was with me, she says coolly. Thank you for your time. I'm sorry to have bothered you, I tell her. But as I turn to leave, a vision of a silver sedan comes through as clear as day. Tyler, what kind of car do you drive? I ask after pausing. I have a silver BMW. Why? Oh, I was just curious. It looks like there's a tow truck out front, and I didn't want you to lose your car. No worries. Mine is in the employee parking lot. Okay, good. I'm glad he didn't double-check to see if I was telling the truth. Could Tyler have tried to kill Gary? Did he kill Barney? If he was giving Mrs. Robbins a golf lesson on the back nine, he couldn't have. Are the two events even related, as the sheriff insists? On the way home, I stop at the Calamari's coffee shop for a pick-me-up. I haven't slept much recently and need the caffeine to keep going. I stare wistfully at Stanley's sign shop across the street while I wait for my drink. How was it only a few days ago? I was there picking up my beautiful signs. I was so proud of myself, so excited to get on with my new career. And what's left of that? Then I have a horrible thought. What if Jake and I have to move again? Because if I thought people were staring at me before, they at least tried to be subtle about it in the beginning. Now they openly gawk. What will I do for work if I can't get my license back? I loved the idea of selling homes and helping people. Now, I'm the town pariah. While my mind runs wild with dark thoughts, it occurs to me that my sister could go to jail for a crime she didn't commit. A murder. And attempted murder. I plop down in the nearest seat, trying to calm my nerves. This is a disaster. When my phone dings with a text, it's so loud I nearly jump out of the chair. Maybe I don't need the caffeine after all. My nerves are already threadbare. A fisher just showed up at the sheriff's department. He was out on Lake Albus this morning and reeled in a golf club with Anne's name. Harvey texts me. What does this mean? How could he catch a golf club like he would a fish? Just when I thought this couldn't get any weirder. Get over to Lake Albus as soon as you can. The sheriff's department is sending a team of divers to search for the rest of the clubs. Harvey continues to text. I hurriedly pay for my coffee, run out the door, and hightail it to the lake. Did the real killer throw the clubs in the lake today? If so, that definitely rules out Gary. He's still in the hospital. But that also rules out Anne because she's in jail, so at least we have that. When I arrive at Lake Albus, I'm dismayed to see the crowd of people gathered. They're everywhere. Reporters, sheriff's deputies, looky-loos. The whole town is here. Exciting stuff for this small village. It's not every day they call on the dive team to search for clues in a murder investigation. I hurry over to Harvey when I finally spot him in the crowd. This is good news, right? If someone threw the golf clubs in the lake this morning, it can't have been Anne. If they can determine that, yes. But if they decide they've been there for more than a day, then no. Rats. I didn't think of that. I got so excited when he said someone found the golf clubs this morning. My mind leaped to them, being dumped in the lake very recently. The crowd cheers when a diver surfaces with a club. Then, another diver comes up with the bag, making the crowd go wild. The killer must have dumped the clubs in the lake to cover his tracks. Somehow, I hoped the authorities would eventually find them hidden in the killer's house. Sheriff Blake signals Harvey to come down to the dock. Wait here, he says sternly. I don't want to make things worse, so for once, I do as I'm told. After a brief discussion with the sheriff, he returns looking grim. The clubs are starting to rust. They couldn't have been thrown in the lake today. Of course not. It gets worse, he adds. How is that possible? I ask. The fisher told the sheriff he comes here every day. He saw Anne on Tuesday around noon. He says it looked like she was dumping something in the water. Chapter 22. That's it. Anne is coming clean about where she was when Barney was killed. She'll tell me the truth if I have to drag it out of her. What if she and Barney fought, and she killed him in self-defense? I can't believe I'm even thinking this. Did you ask Anne if she killed Barney? I round on Harvey, sounding a little more confrontational than I'd like. Desperate times call for desperate measures. Absolutely not. I don't ask my clients that. Well, I'm going to ask her, I insist, jumping up like I'm ready to storm the prison this moment. Okay, never mind. I know she didn't kill him, but I need to know what she was doing and where she was at the time. The prison has visiting hours, right? Of course they do, he confirms. After calling to ensure they'll let me see my sister, I head to the prison. It's at the far end of the village, so I have time to rehearse what I'll say to her. But after practicing several versions, I decide the best way is to demand the answers outright. No need for nuance here. My stomach flip-flops when I pull up to the heavily guarded prison compound. Its stark, imposing walls rising against the skyline, surrounded by high fences topped with spirals of barbed wire. They house a variety of criminals here, including some who could use their magic to escape. They guard those sections with ultra-powerful spells. How did my sister ever end up in a place like this? I pull up to the guard's booth, show my ID, and give him my name. After confirming my identity, he waves me in, telling me which number spot I have to park in. The gravity of the situation hits me when I pull into my assigned section. My sister is in serious trouble, and it's up to me to get her out. The main entrance is heavily fortified, guarded by thick steel doors, opening only to those of us on the approved list, and when it clangs shut behind me, I shiver. A select group of us are led silently to the public visiting area, where the sounds of the prison form a constant backdrop. The jangle of keys, the murmur of voices, the occasional outburst of anger or laughter. What am I doing here? From the look on your face, I take it that you're not here with good news, Anne says, after picking up the phone to talk to me through the thick, smudged plexiglass separating us. She wears a gray prison jumpsuit that makes her look washed out and awful, but I won't tell her that. Why were you late to lunch the day Barney was killed? I jump in without pretense. When she rolls her eyes at me, I nearly lose it. This is serious, and she's acting like I'm nagging her about paying for overdue parking tickets. We've already discussed this. You know I'm always late. You came all the way here only to ask me that again? Her voice raises to a fevered pitch, betraying the fact she's pretending it was nothing. But you've never shown up with dirt on your face, twigs in your hair, and a broken shoe. I told you I fell while running to meet you. Stop lying to me, I shout. When I strike my open hand against the glass, a muscled guard steps toward me. I'm upset, and I've lost the little patience I had left. She could spend the rest of her life in prison for a crime she didn't commit, and she's still playing games with me. Now, the guards are on high alert because we're shouting at each other. It's only a matter of time before they kick me out for causing trouble. But I'm not leaving until I get the truth. They'll have to drag me out kicking and screaming. They just fished your golf clubs out of Lake Albus, I shriek. How did they get in there? She asks, suddenly calm but genuinely perplexed. For the first time since this started, she isn't lying. I get a warm, reassuring pulse of energy, a subtle vibration that resonates with a signature of truth, whereas before, I was only getting murky shadows that doubt and deception always cast. She genuinely doesn't know how the golf clubs got in the lake. The angler who found the first club and turned it over to the sheriff says he saw you there the day Barney was killed and that you threw something in the lake. What were you doing there? What did you throw in the lake? All right, calm down. It was my engagement ring, she admits reluctantly. Your engagement ring? I was wondering about it when we were at the pawn shop. Why didn't you say that before? Why would you lie about... Hang on, that was a $20,000 ring. You threw it in the lake. Are you out of your mind? Why didn't you sell it instead? See, that's exactly why I didn't want to tell anyone. I knew you'd judge me. It was a heat-of-the-moment thing that I obviously regret now. I planned to tell Barney I threw his expensive ring in the lake because I knew it would infuriate him. And unlike the golf clubs, I doubt we'll find it now. So there goes our proof. I can't believe Anne threw a $20,000 piece of jewelry in the lake. $20,000! She could have paid for her own bail with it, and they would have had one less clue against her. My mind churns as I drive home. At least now I know where Anne was when Barney was murdered. I was starting to worry there had been a fight of some sort. I even thought perhaps she killed him in self-defense. Unfortunately, I still don't have concrete evidence to take to the authorities. Will I ever? I'm so engrossed in my thoughts that I don't notice someone waiting on my patio until I've pulled into the driveway. What now? Oh, it's Tina! How could I have missed those breathtaking wings fluttering in the sunlight? Hi! I wave to her. Goodness, she's spellbinding. A pixie's true power lies in their ability to enchant unsuspecting creatures and humans. They're the ultimate seductress. Legend has it that if you allow yourself to fall under a pixie's spell, you're a goner. Tina, what a nice surprise. Hello, she giggles. Her laugh is so musical, I swear I could listen to it all day. I was leaving you a note. I wondered how you were doing. I've been following the story on the news, and you must be struggling. Where do I even start? I finally got my sister to admit where she was when Barney was murdered. I take it she wasn't with Barney? She wasn't. Not. I hold up a finger. That I ever really believed she killed him, but I knew she was lying about something. You look relieved. I am, but I'm still at a loss as to who killed him. Do you want to come in for a glass of iced tea while you're here? I'd love that, she says. When Tina and I enter the house, Buster lazily lifts his enormous head, gives a soft bark, then returns to his nap. It takes all of a second for his head to pop back up, however, when he realizes there's a pixie in the house. What in blazes? Tina smiles as Buster's eyes widen. He slowly rises to his feet, untangling his long, gangly limbs as he does. His exaggerated air sniffs make us both laugh. He's never met a pixie? She asks. Not that I know of. You should have seen his reaction the other night when Sheriff Blake showed up. Scary werewolf, huh? Yep. Don't worry, boy. I don't turn into something frightful during a full moon. What you see is what you get. She holds her delicate hand out for examination, while Buster tiptoes closer. I don't know what this is, but it's so pretty. Smells good, too. Good grief! It even tastes good, Buster thinks. Tina giggles when Buster takes a tentative lick of her hand. After that, he barks and jumps and twirls like a giddy toddler. I've never seen him that animated. You'll never get rid of him now, I warn her as she pets his head. Oh, that's okay. I love dogs. And I love you, Buster said to himself. Buster flops at her feet contentedly, while I shake my head in disbelief. Most animals are naturally drawn to pixies, Tina explains. Do you get this reaction wherever you go? I ask. Pretty much. And before you ask, no, it doesn't work on werewolves. Bummer! It's another gorgeous spring day in Melioras, so we take our drinks out on the porch. I add some fruit and cheese to a plate to snack on, while Buster follows dutifully on our heels. So, what have you learned so far with your investigation? She asks. Just as I start to fill her in, my phone rings. It's Harvey! Oh, please don't be bad news. I cross my fingers. I'm so sorry, but it's the lawyer. I have to answer this. No problem. Take your time. Hey, Harvey, I'd ask if you have good news, but you never do. They found a partial print on one of the golf clubs, he says. Only one? Do they know who it belongs to? Please don't say Anne. Please don't say Anne. Please don't say Anne. Just one. They aren't sure if the rest were compromised by the lake water or if they were deliberately wiped down and they accidentally missed one, but… Harvey! I say so sharply that poor Buster jumps. Whose fingerprint is it? Colin Young. Chapter 23. Colin killed Barney? I shout. I didn't say that! Harvey responds quickly. I shake my head no when Tina stares at me wide-eyed. Sorry, false alarm. I just said his fingerprint was on one of the clubs, Harvey reminds me. But this is good news, isn't it? They'll bring him in for questioning. Unfortunately, the sheriff isn't interested. He said because the clubs were in the office that day, anyone could have touched them, so it isn't worth pursuing. My shoulders sag. This is beyond frustrating. I'll keep working on it, though, okay? He says. Thanks, I mumble before hanging up. Bad news? Tina asks, cringing. They found a partial fingerprint on the golf clubs they fished out of the lake. It matches Colin Young. Have they arrested him? No. I shake my head sadly. Sheriff Blake says it isn't enough. Have you talked to this Colin person yet? Does he have an alibi? He said he was visiting his pop-pop in the nursing home when Barney was killed. Did you verify it? I didn't. Isn't that dumb? Well, she hesitates. I could read how angry he was, and I was sure he was my most likely suspect, yet I haven't checked on his alibi. It seemed kind of weird to check up on someone's grandpa. Who would lie about something like that? Plenty of people, including a murderer. Good point. Did he say which nursing home? Tina asks. I think he said Shady Acres, something like that. I scratch my head. It must be Shady Pines. Yes, that's it! Well, let's go. Tina leaps from her seat. Seriously? This murder won't solve itself. All right, I'm willing to give anything a shot at this point. Sorry, Buster, back in the house. Oh, do I have to? That's the most pitiful face I've ever seen, Tina says. He's just playing us, I assure her. If I stare at them long enough, they'll crack. Works every time. All right already. Stop looking at me like that. You can come, I tell him. Buster barks in response, running and leaping to the car like he won the lottery. Yes, best day ever. Next, I'll talk her into the coffee shop drive-thru for a cup of whipped cream. Buster wedges himself into the back seat, purposely bumping his head against the sunroof until I open it for him to stick his head out. Whenever I do this, piles of people wave and take pictures. It must be quite a comical sight. Tina, of course, flits gracefully into the passenger seat. The difference between her delicate moves and Buster's blundering is significant. Shady Pines Nursing Home is nicer than I expected. The well-manicured lawn gives it a warm and inviting feel, while the early spring flowers seem to smile at us as I slowly drive along the half-circle that makes up the entryway. There are several signs warning us it's for loading and unloading only, but I don't plan to be here long. Buster, if anyone tries to give us a ticket, you yell at them, okay? I'd like to see them try. When Buster barks in agreement, Tina giggles and scratches his chin. If I didn't know better, I'd say he winked at her. Hi there, I tell the clerk at the front desk. We're here to see Mr. Young. That's impossible, she says simply. Oh, I'm sorry. Are visiting hours over? No, Mr. Young passed away 6 months ago. There must be some mistake. Mr. Young, he's Colin Young's. I hesitate before saying it, because it sounds so silly to use someone else's name for their grandpa. Pop, pop. Yes, I know who you mean. Again, he passed away 6 months ago. I'm sorry, were you a friend? No, I never met him. Do you know if Colin has been here since his grandfather? I can't bring myself to say pop, pop again. Passed away? I don't think so. Why would he? She asks. No reason. Thank you for your time. That does it. In my book, anyone who's willing to lie about visiting their grandpa could be a killer. So what now? I ask Tina. We confront Colin, get him to fess up. How do we do that? I have my ways, Tina says. During the trip to Colin's office, I fill Tina in on everything we know so far. But when we arrive, I realize I can't go in or risk getting arrested if the receptionist calls the sheriff's department. Before we go anywhere, I have to tell you that I may have a slight problem. I hold up my fingers to show how slight, even though I know it's bigger than that. With the receptionist in Colin's office. Uh-oh, what did you do? Tina responds skeptically. If only she knew. Last time we were here, Sheriff Blake threatened to arrest us. I can't afford any more trouble at this point. That's okay. I'm not afraid to go in. They don't know who I am. Okay, perfect. Wait, there he is! I grab Tina's pixie arm, which is soothingly warm and soft. No wonder Buster has fallen under her spell. When Colin gets into a white sedan, we turn to each other in surprise. White sedan, I whisper. And look, it's a Nissan. The witness said she thought she saw the letter N. It totally fits. We'll follow him, Tina exclaims, while Buster barks in agreement again. At this point, he'd agree to anything Tina said. When Colin pulls out of the parking lot, we slip in behind his car. If he sees us in his rearview mirror, he'll wonder what kind of silliness is behind him. I'm not convinced that it's the best idea for us to confront a murderer, but I'm hoping instead of going home, he visits a grocery store where we'll at least have witnesses. But of course, that would be too easy. And because my luck has been horrendous lately, he heads for home instead. Let's do this, Tina says when he gets out of his car and opens the back door to collect his things. At first, he sees only Tina and Buster, so he can't help but smile. When he recognizes me, however, the smile quickly fades. Are you following me? He snarls. We know you lied about where you were when Barney was killed. You do? He asks in confusion. You had to lie after you killed Barney. Once you threw the weapon in the bushes, you realized that the authorities would be looking for the rest of the clubs, so you threw them in the lake. Then, somehow, Gary Hill found out what you did and blackmailed you, so you tried to run him down with your car. Your white car, I point out. I gloat while preparing to phone the sheriff's office. Sure, Sheriff Blake might be annoyed at first, but once he realizes I figured out who killed his cousin, I'm sure he'll change his tune. The look of shock on Colin's face assures me he knows he's done. Although this wasn't the safest thing to do, confront a killer face to face with no backup, but it's not like Sheriff Blake would have come with us. We didn't even need Tina's pixie magic to persuade him. When Colin bursts into raucous laughter, however, I don't quite know what to do. He's so crazy he thinks this is funny. "Why are you laughing?" Tina asks. "I'm laughing because I can't believe the bizarre story you've cooked up." "It's not bizarre. We just left the Shady Pines nursing home. You lied about your own pop-pop." "I lied because I was at a job interview and didn't want anyone in the office to know. You confronted me in the middle of the lobby, so what was I supposed to do? I'm already in enough trouble in that place as it is. If the people interviewing me call my office, they'll tell them I cheated on the CFA test." Now it's my turn to laugh. Who invents a lame story like that? Then how do you explain dumping the rest of the golf clubs in the lake to hide them? If he's surprised we know about the golf clubs, he doesn't let on. For the same reasons you said, except. He holds up his hand when I open my mouth to interrupt him. For the part where I killed Barney. After your sister threw her ridiculous tantrum by dumping those sweet clubs in the middle of the lobby, I waited until everyone else left, assuming, like always, they'd expect someone else to clean up the mess. I picked up the golf clubs, planning to keep them for myself. That was my way of getting back at Barney, not by murdering him. I brought them home to use them, but I haven't had much free time lately, so they've only been sitting in my garage. It wasn't until after Barney was killed that I realized the sand wedge was missing. After you showed up to confront me about my past with Barney, I realized it was only a matter of time before someone came looking for the rest of the clubs. I knew I couldn't just walk into the police station and tell them that even though I took the golf clubs, I wasn't the murderer, so I threw them in the lake. As far as this Gary guy goes, I don't even know who that is. We'll need to confirm this newest alibi with the company you were supposedly interviewing with, Tina demands. Don't bother, I tell her dejectedly. Why? He's telling the truth. He didn't kill Barney either. Chapter 24. Only moments before my alarm goes off the next morning, my cell phone shrieks instead, startling me from a restless and disturbing sleep. Who is calling this early? I reach out to decline the call without thinking, but bolt upright when I realize it's Harvey. Harvey, what's going on? What happened? Is it Anne? My sleep-deprived mind leaps to when Jake asked his aunt if she'd been shanked in prison. How soon can you get to my office? He asks, his voice thick with urgency. I have to drop Jake off at school, but if this is an emergency, I'll get Zach to handle things. What's wrong with Anne? Was she shanked? Shanked? No, he exclaims. Is it me, or is he trying not to laugh? This is where a person's mind goes when they live with a 10-year-old with an active imagination. Anne is fine. I have something you need to see, but it has to be in person. Okay, I can be there at 8:30. Fantastic. See you then. After dropping Jake off, I head to Harvey's office, wondering what on earth could be so urgent we have to meet in person. Hi, Lena. I'm here to see Harvey, I tell his chain-smoking secretary, who has worked for him ever since I can remember. I'm amazed she's still around. Sure, when you're a little kid, the adults all seem old. But as I get older, I realize Lena is truly ancient. Hey there, Molly. Go right in. He's expecting you, she tells me in her signature raspy voice. Harvey, what's going on? Come here, pull up a seat. He gestures to the nearest chair. Watch this, he says, pointing to a monitor on his desk. It's a video of Tyler, who, from his bloodshot eyes and slurred speech, is clearly drunk. He's holding a golf club, although I don't know what kind of club because, like my sister, I don't golf. The video was filmed while he leans against a silver BMW. What I can't tell is whether someone else is holding the camera or if he propped it against something. Hey, Barney, he drawls in a sinister voice. You're a big fat jerk, you know that? You knew I liked Irene. And even though you were engaged to someone else, you couldn't leave it alone. You couldn't stop until you lured her into your sick web of deception. You weren't even interested in her until I was. But oh no, you always have to win. I wish I had never even told you that I liked her. So, watch your back, buddy, because I'm coming for you, when you least expect it. After he swings the golf club menacingly, he accidentally hits the camera, sending it flying. Then he curses, and the camera goes black. So much for being a peace-loving elf. Harvey, what kind of golf club is that? It's a driver. Oh, you were hoping it was a sand wedge, weren't you? Yeah, but still. He's holding a golf club while leaning against a silver car, threatening to kill Barney. Did you show Sheriff Blake yet? My heart is sprinting. I'm so excited. This is it. This is our big break. As you well know, Harvey reminds me, shaking his head, the sheriff hasn't been helpful to our side, so I wanted to show you first so you could do your thing. Not that I'm encouraging your interference in the investigation or anything, of course, but if you were to conveniently come across Tyler and have a conversation with him before I could get this to the sheriff, then, well, you know, he trails off. The first time I talked to Tyler, he said he was giving Mrs. Robbins a golf lesson on the back nine, specifically the 16th hole, when Barney was killed. Did Mrs. Robbins confirm this? Harvey asks. She did. But after I talked to them, I had a vision of a silver car. When I asked Tyler about it, he confirmed he drives a silver BMW. But I haven't been able to connect it to anything until now. Given this video evidence, I think you should talk to him again. He even told me that he and Barney had made up, and it was all good. Doesn't look like it's all good to me. I'll head to the country club right now and have another chat with our friend Tyler, I tell him. When I arrive at the country club, a group of angry women are gathered around the front desk, firing demands at the clerk. Apparently, the washing machines aren't working properly, so there are no clean towels. The clerk assures the women they're working on repairing the appliances as fast as they can, but until then, they'll have to do without. I wait patiently for the group to clear out so I can ask the harried desk clerk about Tyler. While I wait, I scan the bulletin board to pass the time. There's nothing unusual on it. A coupon for $50 off a blowout in the hair salon, a lost and found notice regarding someone's locker key, a sign-up sheet for the upcoming spring spectacular tournament. And then I see it. Please accept our apologies. Holes 16 through 18 will remain closed for an additional week due to ongoing sprinkler repairs. We sincerely apologize for the inconvenience. I'm stunned. Tyler lied. Mrs. Robbins lied. How did I miss this? I can't read Tyler because he's an elf, but I was sure Mrs. Robbins wasn't lying. How did I get this so wrong? Did I just find my killer? I wedge myself through the group of ladies who are still hassling the clerk. Excuse me, I beg, pushing through the grumpy women. Please wait in line, the clerk urges me. This is an emergency. What is it? He sighs in exasperation. Just one question. Is Tyler here? No. He rolls his eyes, because I'm sure the ladies ask that question all the time. He's off today. Thank you, I tell him, squeezing back through the crowd, then sprinting for the front door. I'm so eager to find him. I get in my car and take off before I realize I don't even know where to look. I'll have to go home where I can work without distractions to figure it out. I'll call Tina. She might know where I could get an answer. I reach for the dashboard to call Harvey to let him know Tyler lied about his alibi, but he beats me to it by calling me first. Hey Harvey, great timing. You won't believe what I found out. He cuts me off. Anne is considering a plea bargain. What the what? Plea bargains are for guilty people, or for people who squeal on their friends, aren't they? We know she didn't kill Barney. Why on earth would she even discuss a plea bargain? The prosecutor offered her a deal. Plead guilty to involuntary manslaughter. She'll only serve a few years, then get released on good behavior. But if she doesn't take this deal, and she's convicted of murdering Barney and trying to murder Gary, she'll spend the rest of her life in jail. No, she can't do that. I won't let her. I'm this close to discovering who really killed Barney and who tried to kill Gary. I just know it. When I was at the country club, I found out that Tyler lied about where he was when Barney was killed. As soon as I can find him, I'll confront him. I'll take Tina with me so she can use her pixie magic to force him to confess. I need a little more time. Anne hasn't accepted the plea bargain yet, has she? We're meeting with the DA later this morning to discuss specifics. Do not let her accept any deal, Harvey. I'll go to the prison right now. I have to see her before she does something she'll regret for the rest of her life. I'll hold it off as long as possible, he says. My trembling fingers push the red button on the dashboard screen to end the call. How could Anne even consider pleading guilty to something she didn't do? Sure, it looks bleak. Yes, every lead has been a bust. But the new evidence pointing to Tyler is serious. Why would he lie about his alibi and claim that he and Barney had made up if he wasn't guilty? Plus, he has a silver car. I thought perhaps Gary was blackmailing Colin, but he could have just as easily been blackmailing Tyler instead. As soon as I talk Anne out of this plea bargain nonsense, I'll track down Tyler, he'll confess, and everything will be right again. I press harder on the gas pedal. I have to get to the prison before Anne does anything stupid. But when I see them out of the corner of my eye, I slam on the brakes, causing everyone behind me to slam on theirs as well. Screeching tires, honking horns, and angry shouts force Tyler and Irene, who are getting out of a silver car in front of Barty's Bistro, to turn and stare. Chapter 25. Tyler! Tyler! I shout, waving my arms like a mad woman leaping from my SUV. The line of cars behind me grows longer while the drivers get angrier. Hey, Molly, Tyler calls back with a half-hearted, confused wave. Hang on a sec, I tell him, when the drivers behind me start yelling things I won't repeat publicly. After sliding back into my vehicle, I quickly park across the street while the drivers behind me speed past, shaking their heads and fists in disgust. Sheesh. You'd think they'd never confronted a murderer. Irene's eyes narrow into angry slits as I approach. Then, in a blink, she drops the angry look as she hides behind Tyler. What the heck? He mutters. Don't hurt me, she exclaims. Who's hurting you? Tyler asks. Look out! Don't come any closer! Irene cries, clutching the back of Tyler's arms like I'm heading for them with a golf club. Irene, what is wrong with you? Tyler asks again. Your sister tried to run down my brother. She waggles a finger at me. My sister did no such thing. Besides, it's not like he died, unlike Barney. He's in serious condition, she exclaims defiantly. Thank goodness that person stopped to help. Otherwise, I don't know what would have happened, she sniffles, wiping a fake tear from her dry eyes. It's okay. Tyler places a comforting arm around her. Drivers slow down to stare at the unfolding drama. Oh, sure, now they're interested in what's happening. I just need to talk to Tyler for a moment. Sure, what's up? He asks. Remember when my sister and I asked you where you were when Barney was killed? Oh, not that again, Irene sneers, forgetting she's supposed to be afraid. Your sister killed Barney. Tyler would never hurt anyone, she exclaims. I'm only here to clear up some confusion on my part, I offer. What do you need to know? He asks. You said you were giving a golf lesson to Mrs. Robbins at 9 a.m. on the back 9. Hole 16 to be exact. That's right. He nods. You also told us that you and Barney had made up, but I saw the video you made, the one where you threatened to kill him for stealing Irene from you. You threatened to kill Barney? Irene asks in shock. I was drunk, Tyler explains. I was only messing around. Before he can finish his explanation, a shiny black Mercedes screeches to a halt in the middle of the street, where I had been only moments before. This area has seen some action today. How dare you! A red-faced, screaming Mrs. Robbins, dressed in her finest country club athletic wear, catapults from the car, then stomps toward us. Tyler's usual cheerfulness drains from his face, leaving Irene looking genuinely confused. How could you? Mrs. Robbins' voice pitches higher. She continues advancing on us, her fists clenched at her sides, her face contorted in anger. I've never seen anyone that upset. You told me nothing was going on with her, yet here you are. And you, she rounds on me, still so rageful I step back. Is this why you wanted to know where Tyler was? Because you're messing around with him too? What? Irene snarls. I take 2 more steps back, waving my hands in innocence. I'd laugh at the thought of Tyler and me if I weren't so scared. No way, I'm clearly too old for, never mind, no. I'm not involved with him. I barely know him. Then it hits me. When I asked Mrs. Robbins where she was when Barney was killed, she said she was with Tyler. My reading told me she wasn't lying. You said you were giving her a golf lesson, but you said you were with him. I point at Mrs. Robbins. That's right. We were enjoying our usual weekly morning meetup at the hotel. Is she for real, Tyler? Irene asks. Is the best he can come up with. Of course I'm for real. Where do you think he got that expensive car he's chauffeuring you in? Mrs. Robbins' screeching is still so high-pitched that birds in a nearby tree take flight. Oops. That answers that question. As afraid as I am to even speak to this woman, I have to confirm what they're telling me. So, on the morning that Barney was killed, you swear Tyler was with you at the hotel. That's right, sweetie. Here's a tip. If you believe all the promises he made to you, you better rethink it. He's a liar and a cheat. And I want my car back, she demands, her hand thrust forward. Tyler sheepishly digs in his pocket for the keys, slowly handing them over to her. When my phone rings, the others stare at me. I hate tearing my attention away from the Tyler mess, but it might be Harvey or my sister. Excuse me, I mumble, embarrassed by the timing. Hello? Hi, is this Molly Fitzle? Yes, it is. This better not be a sales call. Hello there, dear. It's Mrs. Kennitz, across the street from the Baker house. Yes, hello, Mrs. Kennitz. Can I call you right back? This isn't a great time. I'm worried she's calling to play me a song on the ukulele. No problem, dear. I'm calling because you said I should tell you if I saw anything happen at the house. Oh, yes. You're right. What's up? A young woman pulled up to the house, parked in the driveway, and then unlocked the door. I noticed she didn't use the lockbox, so she must have her own key. I've always thought that might be useful, better than hiding a key under the welcome mat. If I had one in a lockbox, I'd be the only one who could access it. Do they sell those at the hardware store? Mrs. Kennitz, what is the woman doing now? I sigh. Oh, yes. It looks like she's inspecting the house. Thank you so much. I appreciate your letting me know. Why is this woman inside my house? I mean my listing. Should I call Mr. Lang about this? Should I continue to witness the drama here? But I still have to get to the prison. Even though I can't read Tyler, I can sure read Mrs. Robbins, and she's 100% telling the truth. The bad news is that Tyler couldn't have killed Barney if he was with her, and I'm rapidly running out of suspects to question. The Baker house is only a few minutes away. I reason I could swing by to see who's there. I'm sure it won't take long. Then I'll go right to the prison, I swear. Chapter 26. When I park at the Baker house, I'm delighted to discover the crime scene tape is gone. My sign is still here but crooked now. I'd straighten it, but why bother? There's a rental car in the driveway, and the front door is open with the lockbox hanging from the knob untouched. Mrs. Kennitz was right. Whoever is in there has their own key. What is happening? Unease gnaws at me. I shouldn't walk into the house when I don't know who's there. I should call Mr. Lang and then go to the prison to talk my sister out of this ridiculous plea bargain idea. Yet something calls to me from inside the house. It's an uneasy energy that I can't shake. Not the powerful dark energy I felt when we were about to discover Barney's body, but a nagging, heavy energy instead. That settles it. I'll peek inside the house, ensure everything is all right. Then I'll go to the prison. I swear. I'll only be a couple of minutes. After I step out of my car, I can't miss Mrs. Kennitz peering through the curtains at me. When I wave at her, the big glasses disappear. Hello, anyone here? I call out softly from the doorway. I jump when a woman suddenly pokes her head out of the kitchen. Can I help you? She asks. Hi there, I'm Molly Fitzle. I'm the listing agent. I point to my yard sign. Is everything all right here? Yes, of course. Hello, I'm Maureen Baker, Mr. Baker's niece. Oh, phew. What a relief. After everything that happened, I was worried that you were someone who shouldn't be here. Let me guess. Mrs. Kennitz called you. You know her too. I laugh. I only wish she saw someone over here when the murder happened, Maureen says. You and me both, girl. Although technically she saw someone, but I don't know for certain who it was. If Maureen knows my sister is in jail for the murder, she doesn't let on. Have you been in the... She points to the ceiling. Attic? She whispers. I discovered the body, so yeah, I've been in the attic. Oh no, I wasn't thinking. I'm so sorry you had to go through that. Would it be rude of me to ask you to go up there with me? I totally understand if you don't want to. I'm a little nervous about going alone. Oh, I'm fine. I'll go with you. But I swear if there's another body, I quit. No need to give my license back. They could keep it, as far as I'm concerned. Mr. Lang told me that even though the biohazard cleaners mopped up the pool of blood, the old wooden floor is stained, and I should have it sanded. The company I talked to needs a picture. If you're ready, I'm ready, I tell her calmly. Let's do this, she says, squaring her shoulders and heading for the stairs. When we reach the top, she pauses, making my heart skip a beat. If she screams, I'm out of here. Are you okay? I ask. This isn't as bad as I thought it would be, she sighs with relief. Thank goodness. No body. It was right there, I explain, pointing to the dark spot on the floor. Mr. Lang was right. While the blood is gone, there's a stain that needs sanding. Were you scared when you saw it? The body, I mean? I would have been so scared. I was mostly in shock, I tell her. I guess Irene and her fiancé weren't interested in buying the place, she says so suddenly, I'm sure I imagined it. Excuse me? She didn't say Irene and fiancé. Surely I misheard her. Irene told me she wanted to show the house to her fiancé because he might buy it for them. What is it? She asks upon seeing my shocked expression. Are you talking about Irene Hill? Yes, that's her. Do you know her? She's a very distant cousin, like a 10th cousin once removed or something. Technically, I'm not even sure that makes us related. She shrugs. What's her fiancé's name? I ask. I don't think she told me. I gave her the lockbox code and told her to help herself. But that was the last I heard about it, so I guess they weren't interested. She was supposed to meet me here today because she thought she left something behind, but I haven't seen anything unusual, have you? No, just the dead guy. I'm sorry, I have to take this, I tell her when my phone rings, interrupting my thought process about Irene once again. No problem. She waves her hand. But there's no call when I pull my phone from my pocket. How embarrassing, I tell her. It's your phone. No, she holds her phone up. I didn't hear any ringing. Wow, that's awfully weird. I was sure I heard a phone. I must be losing it if I hear phantom ringing. Could you wait here a moment? Maureen asks. I left the contractor's number in the car, and I need to text him a picture of this, she explains, pointing to the floor. Sure, I can wait. Thank you so much. I'll only be a moment. After she scurries down the stairs, I hear it again. It's a ringing phone. I double-check my phone to be sure. Nope. Not my phone. Then I hear it again. I twirl around on my heel, trying to figure out where the sound is coming from. What the heck? I whisper, when I discover a piece of narrow black metal wedged in a gap between the floorboard and the wall. When I crouch to the floor and place my ear against it, I realize it's definitely what's ringing. I wedge my finger into the gap and pull on the metal, which, much to my surprise, slides out easily. It's not a piece of metal, it's a phone. And it's stopped ringing, yet the energy is so heavy the phone practically vibrates with it. When I tap the screen, I get a red bar telling me 1% battery strength is left. How long has this been in here? Whose is it? When I tap the screen again, it asks for a passcode. Rats. What's the passcode? When the numbers 1, 2, 3, 4 flash in my head, I immediately discount the vision. It can't be that easy, and I'm not exactly confident in my psychic abilities these days. Maureen is still in her car looking for the phone number, and I want to see who this phone belongs to before she returns. Here goes nothing, I whisper. 1, 2, 3, 4. That did it! It's open! A lengthy text message thread pops up. There's one from early Tuesday morning. I need to get your watch back to you. Meet me at the Baker House on Rosemary Street at 8:45. Holy smokes! Is this Gary's phone? Chapter 27. This could be proof that Gary lured Barney here and then killed him. After I tap open the phone again, Maureen exclaims, "Found it!" So suddenly I nearly drop it, right as the battery runs out and it goes dead. Of course, the battery dies right now. Cripes! I stuff it in my pocket before turning to face Maureen. "Found it!" she says again, waving the card for me. "Hey, are you okay? You look like you've seen a ghost," she exclaims before pressing her hand over her mouth in horror. I shouldn't say stuff like that here, should I? This attic is getting a little creepy, I lie to her. It's not a total lie. The phone part is creepy, but not the attic. You're right, let me take some pictures and we can be on our way. Sure, go ahead, I tell her. My brain is in overdrive. I'm finally holding proof in my hands, or rather in my pocket, that my sister didn't kill Barney. I'm in shock and can barely think straight. By the time Maureen finishes and we get to our cars, I'm a nervous wreck. I have to see what's on this phone. Of course, it's a different brand than mine, so I'll have to stop at the store for a charger. How did it get wedged in the floorboards? Maybe Gary and Barney struggled and he dropped it. Part of me knows I should go straight to the sheriff's department with it, but the other part reminds me that the sheriff has rejected every other piece of information I've provided. How would this be any different? I need to take pictures of everything on the phone, then take it to the sheriff. If he dismisses me again, maybe Harvey can do something. So far, everything has been theory, but here's actual, physical proof that Gary lured Barney to the Baker house. After the briefest stop at Target in the world's history, I race home with the new charger. Once I plug it in, it fires to life. Huzzah! Never mind, now it has to reboot. Come on, come on! I tell it. Finally! The main screen appears. I enter 1234 to access the text messages. This is it. Totally it. Gary texted Barney, telling him to meet him at the Baker house at 8:45 to get his watch. I already saw this one, but this must be who Mrs. Kennett saw outside the house. If she had agreed to look at a picture, to begin with, I could have solved this a long time ago. Hang on a second. Are these messages from Gary or Irene? When my phone rings again, I nearly fling it across the room. I'm so frustrated. Why does it keep interrupting me? Hello? Mom! Jake, what's going on? Why are you calling from this number? It isn't your phone. I'm calling from the nurse's office at school. Why are you calling from the nurse's office? I'm sick. What do you mean you're sick? You were fine this morning. I swear I'm not a mean mom. He was perfect this morning. He's done this before when he had a test he didn't study for. I stare longingly at Gary's phone. I need to go through these messages. I have a stomachache. Can you come get me? Are you sure you're not trying to get out of a test? I'm sure. Please pick me up, he begs. Fine, I'll be right there. I consider taking Gary's phone with me, but it's best to let it fully charge so I can document everything and then take it to the sheriff. Jake might even know how to download the contents for me, assuming he's not that sick. Hi, Molly Fitzle, here for Jake Fitzle, I tell the receptionist, who wears her hair in a messy bun and has the longest glittery red fingernails I've ever seen. How does she type with those? Of course, Mrs. Fitzle. After searching for a while, she frowns. Did you have a pre-scheduled appointment? No, he called from the nurse's office to tell me he's sick. I can appreciate the security, but this is a little ridiculous. It's not in the nurse's notes. Let me check to make sure. Okay. Am I a horrible mother for thinking he better not be making this up? I'm so eager to get home and go through the rest of the phone. This unexpected side trip is seriously stressing me out. Yes, Molly Fitzle is here to pick up Jake, the receptionist says into the phone. Then she pauses and sighs. Jake Fitzle. It's the real estate school all over again. What is wrong with these people? Okay, thanks. She'll be right up, she tells me. Now I'm worried. What if it's serious? Like life-threatening serious? He said his stomach hurt. What if his appendix burst? Should I call an ambulance? Why didn't they call one already? Then my mind jumps to the kids he said were picking on him. He told Anne the schoolyard was like a prison. He didn't get shivved, did he? I swear I'll never make fun of his overactive imagination ever again. Now I'm nearing the panic stage. I'm a horrible mother for doubting him. Mrs. Fitzle, an older woman wearing scrubs adorned with colorful ducks, approaches me. Yes! Where's Jake? Should I call an ambulance? There seems to be a mistake. Jake isn't in the nurse's office. Then where is he? How did you lose him already? We didn't lose him. I assume he's still in class. He called me from your office to tell me he was sick and needed to come home. I insist, my voice verging on hysterical. I've been in my office all afternoon and haven't had a single student. A horrible feeling hits me so hard that I almost pass out. Something is wrong, I tell her. I agree. Kathy, code yellow, she barks at the receptionist. When they invented the new security system, they sent home a flyer with a list of codes. I don't remember most of them, but yellow must be some kind of alert. Kathy pushes a button on the console, and special lights throughout the building flash yellow. I pray it doesn't turn red, which is the only one I remember for sure. Missing student. Which room is Jake Fitzle in right now? The nurse asks. 317, the receptionist tells her. Her worried expression makes me nauseous. Let's go, the nurse exclaims, grabbing my arm and pulling me out the door. Chapter 28. The yellow warning lights cast an otherworldly glow against the school's immaculate walls, bathing the corridors in an eerie light pulsing with unspoken urgency. The rhythmic clicking of the lights rotating within their plastic casings only makes it worse. Each click seems to echo louder and more insistently, as if urging us on. Although we started with a frantic walking pace, as we draw closer to room 317, panic grips me and I break into a sprint, my footsteps thundering against the polished floor. I am the worst mom ever. I've put getting my sister out of jail and my real estate license back over everything else, and where has it gotten me? I should have let Sheriff Blake handle this himself all along. I'm sure he would have found the real killer eventually, right? Now, my child is in danger because of my neglect. I'll never forgive myself if something has happened to him. When we fly through the door of room 317, Jake is genuinely shocked to see me. Mom! He exclaims. Jake! I cry, scooping him up in a massive bear hug. You're all right. Why wouldn't I be? He asks, his words muffled against my shoulder. I refuse to let go, even when he squirms with embarrassment. Mom, people are watching us, he whispers, while his classmates shift uncomfortably at the display of affection. They're glad it isn't their mom in here squeezing the breath out of them. You called to tell me you were sick. Are you okay? You scared me to death, I repeat, checking every square inch of him for blood, bruises, or cuts. But I didn't call you. I've been in class the entire day. My phone is in my locker where it's supposed to be. You can even check it. He isn't lying. Then it hits me. Gary's phone, my house. The horrible sensation I experienced earlier wasn't about Jake. It was about the evidence I left at home. The way Gary entertained his customer with the Bert and Ernie impression flashes through my memory. He called me pretending to be Jake. Jake, call your father to take you home today. I turn to his teacher. Don't let him leave with anyone other than Zach Fitzle, I tell her, while she nods, making notes on the tablet in front of her. I have to go. I hug Jake again before rushing from the room. Poor Jake. When this is all over, he'll probably have to switch schools again because his mother has humiliated him beyond repair. I rush home to find the front door wide open, everything in disarray. In my mad dash to the kitchen, I pray it's still there, but I know it won't be. It's gone. The phone is gone. The charger is empty. With a mix of desperation and fury, I rake my fingers through my hair, the urge to tear at the strands almost overwhelming in its intensity. The question pounds in my skull like a relentless drumbeat. How could this have happened? I need to check the rest of the house to make sure he didn't steal anything else. But when I whirl about, my blood freezes in my veins, and I scream. Oliver is hanging in midair. He's frozen. Is he petrified? I've never seen such a thing. I'm so shocked I can't move. I just stare at him, horrified. Wait! Buster! A frigid torrent of dread blasts through me as the horrifying reality of what Gary may have done to my dog hits me. My scream tears from the depths of my being, a raw, primal sound echoing throughout the house. Buster! Buster! Where are you? I swear if he's hurt our dog, he'll answer for it. Jake would be devastated if something happened to Buster. I sprint up the stairs 3 at a time, screaming Buster's name the entire way. And there he is, in my bedroom. Well, his back half anyway, sticking out from under the bed. Buster! I scream for the 100th time, my voice raspy from the abuse. His tail slaps steadily against the floor while he attempts to crawl out from underneath the bed as gracefully as possible, which is not very graceful at all when you're a 150-pound dog. Are you okay? I fall to my knees, checking over every little bit of him like I did Jake. No blood or scratches. He looks fine. You won't believe the afternoon I've had. I was sound asleep when these strangers broke into the house and flung our stuff around. I barked and barked at them, but they refused to leave, so I hid. Buster thinks. I'm so glad you're okay. I throw my arms around him like I did Jake, only Buster isn't embarrassed. After our joyful reunion, I head back downstairs with poor Buster, who has attached himself to me. I scour the kitchen, hoping somehow the phone got knocked to the floor, and I missed it earlier, even though I know that isn't what happened. I'm disgusted he broke into our home and rifled through our things. The place where we're supposed to feel safe and secure. A place where we invite friends and family to enjoy special occasions with us. Now Gary has tainted that, and it will never be the same. Oliver, what are we going to do with you? It must be a spell. Gary is a demon, but I didn't realize he could perform magic. And why did he petrify him? Just for kicks? Thank goodness Buster hid. Maybe Zach can break the spell. I hope whatever it isn't painful. He's a poltergeist after all. Does he even feel pain? I know I threatened to call the medium to get rid of him, but now I feel bad. I don't need a frozen poltergeist floating in my kitchen, though. Not the decorating scheme I was aiming for. Now, he can't even confirm that it was Gary. And that's why Gary petrified him. Why is he always one step ahead of me? If Oliver could talk, he could tell the sheriff everything he witnessed. He could confirm the phone. Can I move him into the corner for the time being? I'm almost afraid to touch him. I'd hate to get frozen myself, not knowing what kind of spell he used to freeze him like this. Nope. I'll leave him as is and wait for Zach. I was sorely mistaken if I thought finding Barney's body during a showing was the worst day ever. Oh, what now? I groan when my phone dings with a text. It's Harvey. Your sister accepted the DA's offer. She signed the plea bargain agreement. Chapter 29. It's hard to estimate how long I've been sitting at the kitchen table with a large glass of wine when Jake bursts through the front door with Zach on his heels. Buster, my loyal shadow since I found him in the bedroom, springs to life from his vigil at my feet. With a burst of newfound enthusiasm, he sprints through the kitchen to eagerly greet the newcomers at the front door. Hi, boy, Jake says. Did you have a good day? You'll never believe what happened to me. I was so scared. Molly! Molly! Zach calls out frantically. I'm in the kitchen. What happened to the living room? He asks. Why did you ask me to? Whoa! He exclaims, stopping in his tracks when he discovers me parked at the kitchen table with wine in the middle of the afternoon. Whoa! He repeats when he sees Oliver dangling frozen above us. Hey, Mom! Why is the living room— Whoa! Jake shouts when he sees Oliver, while Zach throws his arm in front of him to prevent him from moving any closer. Why is Oliver frozen? Jake asks. It's a long story, I groan, hanging my head. Are you drunk? Zach asks. No, but I wish. What's going on, Molly? Should I be worried? My sister pleaded guilty to murdering Barney, and Gary Hill broke in here to steal the only evidence I had to clear her. On top of that, I take a deep breath, flinging my hand in Oliver's direction. My only potential witness is now petrified. Did you say Anne pleaded guilty to murdering Barney? Zach asks in shock. Yep, but she didn't. Tell me something I don't know, I mutter into my glass. Please tell me you can break the spell he put on Oliver. For the first time, I really need him to talk. The magic is dark, Zach says, scrunching up his forehead like he always does when he's working on a problem. But it isn't sophisticated. He ponders Oliver's predicament, while Jake and I continue staring at him. He's still floating up there, slowly rotating like there's a breeze pushing him in a circle. It's mesmerizing, really. This requires a wand, Zach announces, pulling his from his back pocket. Wizards like Jake and Zach don't need wands for simple magic, but their wands give them additional power for the more challenging spells, especially for the dark ones. Zach slowly etches a glowing circle around Oliver, his movements deliberate, each motion weaving a tapestry of glowing runes in the air. After several moments, he steps back to consider it. It's a petrifying spell, but I can't break it at the moment. I'll need to consult some of my spell books, but it will take a while. I think your best bet is to let it wear off on its own. But how long will that take? I protest. He should be back to his obnoxious self by tomorrow. Okay. I thought Gary was in the hospital, Zach points out. He was. But after I got home and saw that someone had broken into the house, I called them. They said he left 2 hours ago and against medical advice. That still doesn't prove he was in the house. That's why I need Oliver to thaw, I remind him. Are you sure you don't want to call the sheriff? Zach asks. And wouldn't Gary destroy the phone the moment he got it back? I shake my head sorrowfully. What good would it do to call the sheriff? My sister has already pleaded guilty to murdering Barney and trying to kill Gary. If he wasn't interested in investigating anyone else before, he really won't be now. That's it then. You're both coming to stay with me for a while, he insists. Of course you're coming too, Buster, he adds to Buster's booming bark. I'm never letting you out of my sight again, Buster thinks. The weather the following day perfectly complements my mood. Heavy storm clouds gather overhead, while fat raindrops splash against the window at Zach's house. I've planted myself in front of the giant picture window, arms crossed in defiance, while I scowl at the world. When the neighbor across the street pulls up to their house in a gray car, I turn to Jake. Hey, you know your cars. Is there one with an N in the logo? Nissan? Besides that one. Some people think this looks like an N, he offers, showing me logos on his laptop. That's a K? I know, but if you squint your eyes a little. Yeah, I can see it now. I'm sure it's all for naught, but I really wish we could find that car and, more importantly, who was driving it. Who's that? Jake points outside. At first it's hard to tell with the rain, but when she draws closer, I realize it's Tina. How did she know I was here? Hurry up, you'll get soaked, I caution, as she makes her way to the front door. How did you know where to find me? I have my ways, she smiles warmly. Buster, she exclaims when he prances out of the kitchen after realizing his favorite pixie is here. I'm sure he thinks she came just for him. Gosh, you're pretty, Jake stares at her. You must be Jake, she says. He nods his head wordlessly. Hey, Molly, why is Buster so— Oh my goodness, Zach breathes. And you must be Zach. Zach also nods wordlessly, while Jake hasn't stopped nodding. Buster wags his tail so hard I swear it could fall off. Ah, to be a pixie. I thought I'd drop by to see how you're doing and ask if you wanted to go somewhere. Shopping? Lunch? A movie? She asks. Could we go to my house real quick? Sure. Did you forget something? No, but Zach thought that Oliver could be back to normal by now, and I'm hoping he'll be able to tell us something useful. We'll be back in a while, I tell the 3 boys, who seem to have lost their voices. I merely shake my head while Tina giggles. Thanks for coming to get me, I tell her once we reach my car. I figured you could use a break. I fill her in on everything that has happened since I last saw her. But the closer we get to my house, the more nervous I get. What if Gary came back? What if I can't bear seeing the mess he made of my things? When I left yesterday, I was in shock. But what will it be like today? We don't have to do this, Tina offers, sensing my hesitation. I'll be okay. I want to make sure the house is still in one piece. I'm sure Gary is long gone, she says. That's a good thing and a bad thing. I cautiously enter the house, half expecting someone to jump out at me. I'm grateful that it's exactly as I left it. Or should I say, as Gary left it, considering the living room is still a mess. No Oliver, though. I never thought I'd say this, but I desperately need him to be okay. This is awful, Tina says sympathetically. If you want, I can help you clean up. Let's check on Oliver first. We find him still floating in the kitchen, but partially thawed. He can't talk yet, but at least he's moving more than he did yesterday. Oliver, can you move your head? I ask. He affirms by nodding. Are you in pain? This time, he shakes his head again. That's good. Do you know who did this to you? He nods enthusiastically. Was it Gary Hill? Another quick nod. See there, you knew it, Tina says, clapping her delicate hands. Yeah, but I'm honestly not surprised. Wait, what's he doing with his fingers? She points out. He's just wiggling them, I think. Probably checking to see they're all there. Oliver shakes his head. He's trying to tell us something, Tina exclaims, at which Oliver nods enthusiastically. He's holding up 2 fingers, she points out. Oliver nods again. You're right, I agree. He's either flashing a peace symbol at us or showing us the number 2. Knowing him, it's not a peace symbol, I tell her. When Oliver nods again, I ask, Are you saying 2? Another nod. This could take all day. 2 people? Tina asks, shrugging at me. This time, Oliver nods so hard that he almost tips over. Gary and Irene? I suggest, surprising even myself when the idea pops into my head. Oliver nods so swiftly, he tilts to the left, hitting his head on the wall. That was a weird noise coming from a ghost. Chapter 30. Guess where we're going next, I tell Tina. The sheriff's department? The Swift auction house in Tenebris Village. Why would we go to an auction house? The first time Anne and I talked to Gary, he told us he was in Tenebris. Which is an hour away? Tina points out. Yes. He told us he was there picking up some expensive scotch his boss won in an auction. I'm confused. At the same time Barney was killed, I clarify. Ah, she nods. But later, Anne and I overheard his boss yelling at him for not picking up the scotch he won in the auction. Tina's jaw drops. What did Gary say when you confronted him about the lie? We never got the chance. He was in the accident right after that. How fortuitous, Tina says. It sure looks like it, doesn't it? Why don't we just call them? I tried. They refused to tell me anything over the phone, but I'm thinking if I had you with me. Tenebris it is. But can we stop for coffee first? Are you sure you're not hoping for a cup of whipped cream like Buster? No, I truly want coffee, she laughs. I hope I'm not trying to distract myself here by grasping at straws. I'm still not entirely sure what I'm looking for at this point. I need that phone, but since it's gone, I have to try to put the other pieces of the puzzle together. There's something I'm missing, but I don't know what. It's nagging at me from the edges of my brain, but it's unclear and frustrating. Hi there, I tell a man in the auction office who can't stop staring at Tina. Could you tell me who's responsible for ensuring the winning auction items are retrieved? Yeah, that would be, Billy, the manager, he says, never taking his eyes off Tina. Could we speak to him? Sure. When Billy appears, he obviously isn't happy about being interrupted. Good thing Tina is with me. Hello, I'm Molly Fitzle, and this is Tina Lucas. We're from Melioras Village. I want to ask you about a bottle of scotch that the owner of the Partying Pony Bar won recently. We don't give out that kind of information. Please? Tina begs, fluttering her wings. Which auction do you want to know about again? It's for the owner of the Partying Pony Bar in Melioras. Oh, yeah, I remember that, he exclaims, suddenly enthusiastic about telling us the story. It was the weirdest thing. Dude was supposed to pick up his boss's $600 bottle of scotch. We prefer that the winners retrieve their winnings as soon as possible, because if something happens to it, we're responsible. So, he makes an appointment to pick it up. Great. Then he calls to tell me he's delayed by family business and will be here late. Okay, fine. But a little while later, he calls again to say he can't come because it's become a family emergency. I had to reschedule several appointments that morning because of him, and then he never picked it up anyway. What a hassle! His boss has won auctions before, and he's always reliable about picking them up right away, so this one was odd. We already knew Gary lied about where he was when Barney was killed, but this excuse about a family emergency almost makes the murder seem unplanned. It doesn't fit the idea of him luring Barney to the Baker house so he could kill him. So he's been here before? Sure, lots of times. Quick question. Do you know what kind of car he drives? How would I know that? We were just wondering. You ladies sure have some weird questions. Is there anything else I can help you with? No, I think we're good here. Come back anytime, ladies. Anytime, he says, staring starstruck at Tina. I swear it's 2 steps forward, 1 step back, I tell her as we walk back to the car. I keep getting bits and pieces of information that point to Gary, yet not enough to put the whole picture together. Where to next? She asks. I'm not sure, I moan. I'm at a loss. But as we start to pull out of the parking lot, a man pounds on the passenger window, making us both scream. I lower Tina's window, my heart racing from the unexpected interruption. Billy said you were asking about Gary Hill's car? Yes. Do you know what kind of car he drives? I'm pretty sure he drives a gray Kia with dark-tinted windows. My mom has one just like it. Shoot, so no N, Tina says. Hang on a second. I search on my phone for the logo Jake showed me earlier, holding it up for her to see. Don't you think you could mistake this for an N? Especially if you were panicking after seeing someone nearly get run over. Yes, and the tinted windows could be why the witness didn't see who was driving, Tina exclaims. Is it me, or is this all strangely suspicious? Gary happens to drive the same kind of car that we think nearly ran him over. Hang on a second. I have another idea, I tell Tina. I frantically search the internet for the phone number for Barney's office. Please let me be wrong, I whisper while it rings. Hello, I tell the receptionist when she answers. I'm calling for Irene Hill. Ms. Hill quit yesterday without notice. Is there someone else I can put you in touch with? Do you know where I can find her? No clue, she responds testily. Okay, thanks, I tell her, but she's already hung up. I inhale deeply. Am I truly about to say this out loud? Irene killed Barney, I announce, and now she and Gary are missing. Are you kidding me? Tina exclaims. What if the reason Gary called the auction house to cancel is not that he had killed Barney, but because Irene did? It wasn't Gary's phone I found in the attic. It was Irene's. Gary didn't petrify Oliver. He doesn't have the ability, but Irene does. So, Irene killed Barney, but later tried to run over her brother with his own car? Tina asks. I didn't say I had all the details worked out yet, but I've been somewhat dismissing Irene all along, because Mrs. Kennett said she saw Barney with a man. But the common denominator in this is Irene, not Gary. But how do you prove it without the phone? I don't know, I shake my head. They must have destroyed it by now, Tina points out. I maneuver the car onto the road while we drive silently for some time, mulling over everything that's happened so far. You know, Maureen told me she's remotely related to Gary and Irene, I point out. 10th cousins or something? Okay. This is a total long shot, but I remember from my real estate classes that when someone dies, they have to research property and title records for additional properties that heirs might be able to claim. What if the house on Rosemary Street wasn't Mr. Baker's only house? What if Mr. Baker owns another house where Gary and Irene are hiding? We're 20 minutes from the office. We could stop there to do research, Tina exclaims, growing more excited by the moment. Let's do it, I tell her. The 20-minute drive seems to take forever, so by the time we finally arrive, we practically fly out of the car. We're so eager. We walk briskly toward Tina's cubicle when Myers falls in behind us. What are you doing here? You lost your license, he says. Temporarily suspended. Not lost, I tell him confidently, while Tina nods in enthusiastic agreement. This is not the day for someone like him to bring me down. He then blathers on about how there isn't a difference, and it's only a matter of time before they take it away. But I ignore him. After everything I've been through this week, I no longer care what he thinks. He doesn't get to decide how I feel about myself. While grabbing the chair from my cubicle, I pause. My lonely real estate license is still propped up against the side of the desk. I'm surprised Myers didn't take it to the document shredding room. "I'll get you back," I whisper to it. Tina logs onto the property records portal and searches under Baker. "There's the house on Rosemary Street." I point out the entry. "And will you look at that? Mr. Baker has a cabin in Steinley Forest," Tina announces, grinning ear to ear. "Yes!" I exclaim, high-fiving her. "I knew you'd make a great agent," she insists. "Let's go," I tell her excitedly. "You know that's 2 hours away, right?" "Too far?" I ask. "No, I wanted to make sure you realized how far it is." "I'm good if you're good," I tell her. "I need that phone. But I still think they destroyed it the moment they got the chance. What will you do when you find them?" "Tina!" Mr. Lang shouts from across the room. "The neighbor from the Merrill Avenue house called." A pipe burst in the house, and there's water pouring everywhere. "Oh no, I have to go," she cries. "That's okay, I'll be fine." "Are you sure?" "Go, deal with the flooding." "Do not go there alone," she scolds. "Take Zach. Or better yet, call Sheriff Blake. He's sure to understand." I nod my head. I don't want to lie, but there's no way Sheriff Blake will listen to anything I say at this point. And Zach will only tell me to call the sheriff, too. I don't even know if Gary and Irene are there. It's senseless to get everyone else involved when it may be nothing. As 10th cousins or whatever they are, they might not even know about the cabin. I could drive for 2 hours, only to come up with nothing. When I get there, if Gary and Irene are hiding out, then I'll contact the authorities. I get it. The smartest move would have been for them to destroy the phone, but I feel like Irene may have kept it. Just because. I know, I'm out of my mind. But what else do I have to lose? I text Zach. "I have something important to do. I'll be gone all afternoon. But Jake says it's lunchtime. So get him some lunch." Like Zach doesn't know how to prepare lunch for Jake, or order a pizza. Jake certainly knows how to make a sandwich. They won't starve if I'm gone for a few hours. It will be a good lesson for them. The trip to Steinley Forest is now or never. Chapter 31. As I enter the cabin's address into the GPS system, I remind myself this may be the most dangerous thing I've ever done. Am I seriously about to drive 2 hours to a remote cabin in the woods, on the off chance that a pair of killers are hiding there? Yes, I am. I spend the first hour of the drive arguing with myself about what a ludicrous idea this is. But what other option is there? The sheriff won't believe me. I barely believe me. But it's the only thing standing between my sister's freedom and years in jail. Meanwhile, I lose my sister and my real estate license. I know I have to do this. I have to take this chance. I realize they may have been to the cabin and left already. There's a good chance they don't even know it exists. Or, worst case scenario, they're there. But I'm wrong about Irene wanting to keep the phone, and she destroyed it. And then they kill me too. After getting lost twice, yes, even with GPS help, I finally arrive at the turnoff road for the Baker's cabin. The road is unpaved and full of twists and turns. Evergreen trees reach tall into the blue sky. A bold squirrel dashes across the road in search of an acorn, forcing me to slam on the brakes. Despite my reasons for being here, I can see how it would be nice to have a vacation cabin in the area. I'm surprised they even have addresses here. It would be just as easy to say it's that house that sits on the right after the 14th turn, just before the rock formation that looks like a rocket ship. When the GPS tells me the cabin is about 300 yards to my right, I pull off the dirt road to hide my SUV under an unusually stout evergreen tree. Now that I'm finally here, I'm convinced I'm absolutely, certifiably insane for doing this. Alone. Sadly, there are no signs of activity, no tire tracks, no footprints, nothing. Gary and Irene can't be here. No one is here. I drove all this way for nothing. But I need to walk around for a bit before returning home. My back is stiff after driving for 2 hours, and I could use some lunch, although I'm pretty sure I won't find that here. Not unless the squirrel is willing to share his acorns. I trudge up the road in the direction I thought the cabin was supposed to be. The air smells of pine and wood. I breathe deep and soak up the silence. No traffic noises, no blaring horns, no blasting car stereos, nothing, just nature. I continue ahead, stopping in shock when I see smoke unfurling from a chimney. My heart skips a beat. Am I hallucinating? No. Someone is in that cabin. Then I see it. Gary's gray sedan. I throw my hand over my mouth to keep from whooping out loud. They are here! I move closer to the tree line to stay out of sight. Ever so slowly, ever so quietly, I tiptoe toward Gary's car, ducking down behind it when I finally reach it. When I place my hand on the bumper to steady myself, a vision nearly knocks me onto my rear. This is the car that almost ran into me the morning I was driving to the real estate school. The gray car with heavily tinted windows. I forgot all about it once I got my license. What would have happened if it ran into me rather than narrowly avoiding me? Of course, I could have been injured. But what if the accident proved it was Irene who killed Barney? Could we have avoided the trauma we've been through this week? Would my sister be at work right now instead of in jail confessing to a crime she didn't commit? Would I be showing homes to clients at the moment? I certainly wouldn't be sneaking around at a remote cabin in the woods. I'm so busy pondering all this that I fail to hear the footsteps behind me. What do you think you're doing? Irene says, as I whirl around to find her pointing her wand at me with a furious expression. Fiddlesticks! Stand up, she says. I stand up slowly, worried if I startle her. I'll end up like Barney. Go! She grunts, motioning to the cabin. I calculate whether I can rush her successfully. Maybe without the wand, but it's too much of a risk with it. Given the look on her face, there's no telling what she'd do. If only I were a witch, I could defend myself. But until I can think of something better, I'll have to do as she says. Dried pine needles crunch under our feet while we approach the cabin. The sound stands out painfully amidst the silence I was enjoying only a moment ago. Every so often, she jabs me in the back with her wand, delivering a painful shock. You don't have to keep doing that. I'm cooperating, you know. I know. I like watching you jump. What the? Gary says after I push open the door, and we step up into the cabin. Look who I found sneaking around outside, Irene announces. Why were you outside? Gary asks Irene. That's your question? I find her lurking, and you want to know why I was out there. Whatever. Did you see anyone else? She must have brought backup. I didn't see anyone else, Irene says. Nope. I didn't bring backup. I'm an idiot. You're here for the phone, aren't you? Gary laughs. It's too late, he sneers, sticking his face only inches from mine. Irene destroyed it. Chapter 32. Yeah, I destroyed it, Irene cackles at me before turning to her brother. But even without the phone, we can't let her go. She'll run back to Melioras to tell everyone. I already told a ton of people I was coming up here. I nod. When I don't return, they'll know something happened. They're probably on their way right now. They could be sneaking up to the cabin as I speak. When Irene runs to the window, Gary laughs. You moron! No one is on their way. She came here alone because they don't believe her. It's why she took the phone to her house instead of going straight to the sheriff's department. No matter what she and her sister told Sheriff Blake, he was convinced that Anne murdered his precious cousin out of jealousy. Your bizarre idea to take the heat off by nearly running me over paid off, sis. Even if you did almost kill me in the process. He laughs at my shocked reaction. I knew I heard something in the alley after you left the bar. I also knew that meant you were closing in on us, and we had to do something drastic to distract everyone. It was supposed to end with a near miss, though, not with me in the hospital. We got even luckier than we hoped when the sheriff used it as an excuse to rearrest your sister because she has a silver car. Gary continues to laugh in a shrill, ugly way. As much as I love this trip down memory lane, we have to decide what to do next, Irene points out. Let's tie her up for now so she can't pull any tricks. We'll decide what to do with her body later, Gary insists. Why don't you let me go? I beg. It will take at least 2 hours to get back to Melioras. That gives you a head start. The phone is gone, so there's no proof, right? It will be my word against yours, and no one believes me anyway. And, I hold up a finger, emphasizing my point. My sister took a plea agreement, so you're home free. It won't work, Gary responds, shaking his head. We need way more than a few hours. I agree, Irene says. Let's kill her right now and be done with it, she says, raising her wand and pointing it at my face while I try not to cower. I refuse to give her the satisfaction. No! Gary shouts, shoving her arm down so forcefully that for a second I think she's going to turn the wand on him. We've not having a repeat of Barney here. I don't need you killing someone else while I have to invent a grand cover-up scheme. We're planning this one beforehand, he insists while tying me to a chair. How does it feel to come all this way for nothing? He asks cruelly. I consider telling him what I really think of him when I hear it. A phone. It's ringing. And it's not mine. I left mine in the SUV. Neither Gary nor Irene seem to hear any ringing. I can't help it, though, when my head whips to the side as I hear it. What? What are you looking at? Did you hear something? Gary peers out the window. I told you she brought backup, Irene fires back. I told you they don't believe her. Besides, I don't see anything, Gary responds. Then why did she turn to the window so suddenly? Like she heard something? Irene points out. How am I supposed to know? Gary snaps. As long as I can keep them distracted and arguing with each other, there's still a chance I can figure a way out of this mess. Would you like to know how I found the phone in the first place? I ask them out of the blue. More importantly, why should we care? Irene said she dropped it in the house while fighting with Barney. I assume you saw it while you were talking to Maureen. Yeah, that's right, Gary says when I look surprised. Irene was supposed to meet Maureen to get the phone back, but then you showed up, and it all went haywire. Keep going, I tell myself. You've got them on the defensive. It fell into a gap in the floor, I explain. So? Irene says. When the phone rings again, I don't flinch this time, not even a little. I was right. Neither Gary nor Irene hears it. You said Irene fought with Barney? I stare at Gary while Irene squirms. You might as well tell her. She isn't leaving here anyway, he points out. Barney was livid. Even though I insisted he left the watch at my place, he knew I had stolen it from his house. When he saw me with the golf club, too, he went ballistic. We struggled with it before I wrenched it from his hands. Then I swung it at him. I expected him to duck, but he didn't. I didn't mean to kill him. Your phone must have slid across the floor and slipped into the gap. It was a perfect hiding spot. A normal person would never see it. The cops didn't, and they went over the entire attic with a fine-tooth comb, I point out. So, it's gone anyway. What does any of that matter now? Irene asks. I heard it. What do you mean you heard it? She says. Obviously, someone called you, and it rang. Duh, Gary responds. Nope. This would be comical if it weren't terrifying. I heard it psychically. Oh, a psychic ring, Irene guffaws. Got any winning lottery numbers you'd like to share? It's not like you'll be needing them. You're an idiot, Gary says suddenly, while the grin slides from Irene's face. What? She asks, confused. You said you destroyed the phone. I did. She shifts uncomfortably. He points an accusing finger at me. She heard it ring, didn't you? I don't know what you're talking about. When Irene pales, I knew I was right all along. It takes every bit of self-discipline I have not to shout, Ha! I knew it. I knew I should have destroyed that phone myself. I knew there was a reason you insisted on taking care of it, Gary bellows. You kept the phone because it had texts and voicemails from Barney. That's why you were wandering outside just now. You were checking on the phone. Where is it? It's all I can do to keep from grinning from ear to ear. I'd also like to give a big fat "I told you so" to anyone who doubted me. I know. I have more important things to worry about, like staying alive. But still, it's nice to know I was right. I'm not telling you, Irene pouts. Then you tell me, he demands. Why would I tell you if you're going to kill me anyway? Because I know where you live, remember? We can still kill you and then find your kid. And that sissy dog of yours and… Okay, I'll show you where the phone is. Oh no, I'm not falling for that. You'll try to get away. She's the only one who knows exactly where it is. I nod at Irene. Even though I hear it ringing, I can't tell you where it is unless I follow the sound. Irene glares at us, her arms crossed in defiance. She's not giving up the location. After some consideration, Gary unties me, then pulls me to standing while Irene brandishes her wand. Let's go. Before Gary can finish the word go, the front door shatters in a whirlwind of debris. What the? He shouts as Sheriff Blake blasts through the front door, sending us all scrambling for cover. But even more shocking is the duo following him. Chapter 33. From my cover behind the couch, I'm stunned to see Zach sprint into the room with Buster on his heels. In a blink, Irene fires a stream of blindingly bright orange sparks at the trio, but the sheriff ducks, causing the spell to hit Buster instead, who yelps like someone stepped on his foot. Buster! I cry out before he flees. The room is transformed into a battlefield of magic and might, as Irene and Zach unleash their fury on each other. Spells of light and shadow crash in midair, erupting in dazzling explosions. The atmosphere crackles with energy, while Irene sends arcs of shimmering light slicing through the air. Zach counters with equal measures, making their duel both terrifying and mesmerizing. Sheriff Blake and Gary lock in a fierce struggle on the ground, their movements a blur of aggression and defense. I'm shocked that Gary is holding his own with the huge sheriff, matching him move for move. The floor beneath them creaks and groans under the intensity of their battle. Meanwhile, I'm trapped behind the couch and can't decide where to go. Forward? Backward? Left? Right? There's smoke and sparks and name-calling flying this way and that, while I'm rooted to the spot. I have to make sure Buster is okay, but which way do I go? How do I get out of here? The phone rings again, startling me from my trance. I must find it. The window! Zach shouts when he sees me searching for a way out. Thanks! I nod, sprinting to the nearest window. Thankfully, it slides open easily, allowing me to slip out. If Irene and Gary somehow prevail, I'm in big trouble. We're all in big trouble. Where is that blasted phone? I follow the ringing to a hollowed-out tree stump, shuddering when I realize I'll have to stick my hand in there. What if there's something icky inside? What if Irene has booby-trapped it with a spell? Being held hostage by a demon and a witch is one thing. Touching creepy crawlies in the dark is entirely different. I hold my breath and close my eyes, as if that will help somehow, then thrust my hand into the stump. When I touch the cool steel of a phone, and not a spider or a magical bomb, I sigh with relief, both for the phone and the lack of bugs. I knew Irene wouldn't destroy it. I just knew it. Out of all the wacky stunts she's pulled so far, the one thing I knew I could count on was her wanting to keep proof of her and Barney's relationship, no matter how ill-fated it was. I pull the phone out, staring at it almost lovingly as I slide my finger over the cool, hard screen. After all this, I finally have it in my hands again. Proof that Anne didn't kill Barney. Now I have to find Buster. If he's hurt, Irene better hope it's Zach who bests her. Otherwise, I will end her on the spot. She and her wretched brother have caused my family enough grief this week to last a lifetime. I sneak around to the front side of the cabin, where the battle rages, torn between helping Zach and Sheriff Blake and finding Buster. Considering I don't have enough power or skill to help in the battle, I decide it's better to find Buster. What if he's badly injured? What if he's out in the woods, wandering in pain all alone? What if he's lost? I can't bear to even think about it. After walking about whistling and calling out his name, I'm on the verge of panicking when I find him sitting patiently next to the sheriff's car, like he's ready to ride to the store. I can't believe the sheriff let him ride in that. It must have been a sight. Buster! Bzzzt! Buster! I whisper, while he looks to and fro. When he finally sees me, he runs straight for me, loping excitedly in his comical, giant dog way. It's too late when I realize he isn't slowing down, though. He leaps on me, knocking me to the ground and licking my face. All right, easy boy, I tell him. Let me up. When he finally backs up, I check him over carefully. The tender pink spot on his side could use some healing cream, which I can get from Anne's shop, but otherwise, it looks like he's okay. Did that mean old witch try to hurt you? Don't worry, where she's going, she won't be able to do this again. At least I hope so. The fighting noises in the cabin are louder than ever. But when I decide to use the sheriff's radio to call for backup, Blake and Zach emerge triumphantly, with Irene and Gary firmly subdued in magical handcuffs. You're both under arrest for the murder of Barney Mullins, Sheriff Blake says. You can't prove it, Irene snarls, struggling to get away. Oh, yes, I can, I shout. I'm delighted beyond reason when Irene sways like she'll pass out as I brandish the phone from my back pocket, waving it triumphantly. Gary rounds on her angrily. You could have thrown that thing in the lake. We could have run away to Mexico, spending the rest of our lives lounging on sandy beaches drinking Mai Tais. But oh, no, you had to have those ridiculous messages from Barney. He never loved you anyway. How quickly can you get my sister out of jail? I ask the sheriff. I'll call Judge O'Malley on the way home and ask him to vacate her conviction. Zach says, like he's almost embarrassed to ask. But I understand. He wants his $10,000 back. Can we get Zach's bond money back? I ask. Arresting my sister was a big mistake, after all. Your mistake. I add, respectfully, sir, when the sheriff gives me the stink eye. It's true, though. It's not my fault he wouldn't listen to me. But Sheriff Blake's crisp nod tells me that Zach will get his bond back, which is a relief. Not as big of a relief as getting my sister out of jail, but it's still a relief. Neither one of us wants to owe Zach $10,000, that's for sure. Owing him a huge debt of gratitude is one thing. $10,000 on top of that would be too much. Chapter 34. Once the hordes of law enforcement descend on the cabin, Irene and Gary spill their guts, each determined to out-confess the other, hoping for some kind of deal. And, after what feels like days and days of answering their questions and telling my story to everyone with a badge, we're finally allowed to leave. During the drive home, Buster leans forward from the back seat, sticking his enormous head between us. He hates to be left out, but when he asks, "Can we stop at the coffee shop for some whipped cream?" I nearly wreck the car. I'm almost afraid to look at Zach. If he heard nothing, it will confirm I was hallucinating. Yet he stares ahead like he's scared to move or even breathe. When he notices me staring at him, he finally blows out a whoosh of air. You heard that too? He asks. Yep, I squeak. Buster. I feel ridiculous asking this out loud, but we both heard it, so I can't be completely bonkers. When did you start talking? He wrinkles his canine brow. I've always talked. No, you didn't. I think he got hit by one of Irene's spells after the sheriff ducked, Zach offers. It did. He yelped and ran away. When I checked to see if he was hurt, I found a pink mark on his side and told him I'd put some healing cream on it when we got home. But he didn't say anything then. Do you think her spell made him talk? I don't know how else to explain it. Zach shrugs. Jake will freak when he finds out. I'm going to freak. Before we can discuss this sudden development further, Harvey's name appears on the dashboard's call screen. I cringe. I almost don't want to know why he's calling. What if there was some crazy mix-up and they won't let Anne out of jail after all? Aren't you going to answer that? Zach asks. Harvey never has good news. But he must this time, right? Don't count on it, I grumble, reluctantly pressing answer. This is almost as bad as sticking my hand into a dark tree trunk. What's up, Harvey? I have good news, he shouts. Told you, Zach says, settling back in his seat with a smug grin. If Harvey truly has good news, I don't even care that Zach was right. Zach and I are driving back from the cabin, I tell him. Hi, Harvey, Zach says. Hey, guys, he responds. Hi, Harvey, Buster shouts. Who is that? He asks. It's a long story, I insist. Okay. You won't believe this, but Sheriff Blake called Judge O'Malley to demand an expedited release. Anne will be ready for you when you return to Melioras. Harvey, that's amazing. Thank you, I exclaim. Don't thank me, thank the sheriff. Do I have to? Anne is already there, jumping up and down, waving at us when we arrive at the prison gates. Here, I thought we'd have to cut through a ton of red tape before we took her home. Sheriff Blake pulled some impressive strings. If you stop by the courthouse tomorrow, Zach, they'll have a check for $10,000 waiting for you, she says the moment she gets in the car. Buster is so excited to see her that he makes the SUV rock from side to side, his tail smacking against the leather seats and windows, which is surprisingly loud. Anne good-naturedly pats him on the side while dodging his drool. Nice to see you too, Buster. I never doubted you, Zach responds. Of course you did. Okay, but just a little. Are we going to talk about why you confessed to 2 crimes you didn't commit? I ask. I'm still steamed about that. Yeah, we'll get there eventually. But what I have to know right now is how Irene lured Barney to the house in the first place. Harvey only knew a little bit. He said you'd have the rest of the story for me. Did she hide in the attic, waiting for him to appear so she could bash him on the head? It's all so bizarre, she says. Irene and Gary are distantly related to Maureen Baker, Mr. Baker's niece. When Irene found out Maureen was selling the house, she asked her if she could show it to her fiancé. She really told her that? Anne asks. She really did. She convinced Barney to come to the house where she was hiding, then jumped out and whacked him? Nope. It's even more convoluted than that. She thought she could get Barney to come to the house with an offer to return his watch. Then they'd start talking, and while she showed him the house, he'd realize how much he missed her. And wouldn't it be great if they got married and bought it? Yikes, that girl has problems. But assuming that didn't work? She'd use a love spell. Obviously, none of those things worked. Nope. But how does Gary figure into all of this? I was so convinced he did it, Anne says. Just as Gary was leaving for the auction house in Tenebrous Village, she told him what she planned to do. Oh, that's why he didn't make it up there. He went to the Baker house hoping to talk her out of it, but caught Barney right before he was about to go inside. That's who the neighbor saw? Anne asks. It sure was. He told Barney what Irene was up to and that he should leave. He even promised he'd get the watch back for him if he'd go home and never speak to Irene again. Barney agreed, so Gary left because he still had to get to the auction house. Barney must have changed his mind. He did, I nod. How much longer will this story take? Buster asks. I want some whipped cream. Jumpin' Jehoshaphat, did you hear that? Or have I spent too much time in prison? Anne shrieks. That's a spell gone wrong, I explain. Why do you keep saying that? Buster asks. I've always talked. No, you haven't, Zach and I respond simultaneously. As wild as this is, Anne points to Buster, I need to know how the other soap opera turns out first. After Gary left, Barney changed his mind. He really wanted that watch back. He went into the house, and Irene convinced him to come to the attic. There's a beautiful view of the village from up there, and she thought it might inspire him to finally propose. Oh boy. Molly, look, there's a coffee shop. Let's get some whipped cream, Buster insists. Who knew the dog had a one-track mind? While Irene planned on a romantic reunion, I continue, Barney was mad about the watch. When he found out she also kept one of the golf clubs, he blew up. There was a struggle, and she swung it at him, trying to get him to back off. She told the authorities she assumed he would duck, but he never saw it coming. Then, blammo! The rest is history. So she took both his Rolex and one of the golf clubs almost like souvenirs? Yes, ma'am. Like a little pack rat collecting all things Barney. She must have called Gary again, Anne suggests. She called Gary in a panic, telling him what she'd done. Gary called the auction house again to cancel for a family emergency, then raced back to the house. He wiped Irene's prints from the club, threw it in the bushes, and they ran. But not before taking Barney's watch. Indeed. So it was almost an accident that the golf club she used to kill him had my name on it. Unfortunately, yes. Does it sound weird to say I'd almost prefer that they set me up all along, rather than it just being a lucky accident for them? Not too weird. I mean, you did plead guilty to an accidental murder. You'll never let that go, will you? Nope. How do you know that all of this happened? Gary told us everything, Zach says. But why? After Sheriff Blake's backup arrived, and they started to haul them away, Gary realized he may go down for a murder he didn't commit. A murder he helped cover up, sure, but one he didn't commit. The story poured out of him, Zach says. Wow! This gets crazier by the second. You know what else I keep thinking about? The first time we talked to Gary at the bar. He told us he was an hour away picking up the scotch for his boss when Barney was killed. Right, I respond. What if we told him that we wanted to talk to his boss when he asked us? His alibi would have been blown then. Nope. I shake my head. He said the only reason he offered that was he knew his boss wasn't there anyway. He assumed we wouldn't ask, and he was right. Oh man, that was a huge mistake on our part, but I'm still confused. This all happened. Where? At a cabin in the Steinley Forest that Mr. Baker owns. After refusing to believe us the entire time, how did you get Sheriff Blake on board? Anne asks. Yes, Zach. I haven't thanked you yet for convincing the sheriff to drive all the way up to the cabin, with you and Buster. As much as I'd love to take credit for that, it wasn't me. It was Tina, Zach admits. Tina? She is very persuasive. I know how she persuaded you. I roll my eyes. But how did she persuade Blake? She said pixie magic doesn't work on werewolves. They were high school sweethearts, Zach says. What? I nearly run the car off the road again. I have to be careful here. But that was almost as shocking as Buster talking. She didn't tell me that. After she got a plumber to fix the broken pipe in her listing, she called me. She knew you'd ignore her advice and go alone. Next thing I know, we were driving to Steinley Forest. I swear it will take me a month to process everything that's happened this week. I mean, what's next? Anne asks. Whipped cream! Buster shouts, smacking his tail against the window, trying to dance a happy jig in a vehicle not quite big enough to accommodate a giant dancing dog. All right, already we'll go to the coffee shop, I assure him. I'm not sure I'll be able to process everything that's happened this week in my lifetime. Forget doing it in a month. Chapter 35. Jake, get a move on, we're late! Coming, coming! Jake shouts, bounding down the stairs 2 at a time. Today he clutches both shoes to his chest while trying rather unsuccessfully to throw his backpack on with one hand. At least he combed his hair this morning. Kind of. Do you have everything you need? Yep. You know the hearing to reinstate my license is this morning, and then I have a showing this afternoon. If you forgot anything, it stays at home. No calling me to bring your homework, or your soccer gear, or your library book that was due yesterday. No worries, Mom, I got it covered, he says, resting a reassuring hand on my arm. Thank you. Hey, wouldn't it be weird if you found another body at the showing? That would make 2 in a row. You want to walk to school, mister? Copyright 2023 by author B.I. Skinner. All rights reserved. No part of this publication may be reproduced, distributed, or transmitted in any form or by any means, including photocopying, recording, or other electronic or mechanical methods, without the prior written permission of the publisher, except in the case of brief quotations embodied in critical reviews and certain other non-commercial uses permitted by copyright law. Note: this is a work of fiction. Names, characters, places, and incidents are a product of the author's imagination. Locales and public names are sometimes used for atmospheric purposes. Any resemblance to actual people, living or dead, or to businesses, companies, events, institutions, or locales is completely coincidental. Cover art by Book Covers by Melody.